green. Let's cue intro.
Ooh, we have lines going.
Yeah, that looks better.
No, 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 no! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the only show in the world featuring David Ladd. It's time to grease your weasel and do whatever yo please'll, cause we're about to rock your 8-bit world. Good afternoon and welcome to CoCoTALK as I talk over this slick guitar solo. We're on episode 254 with our special guests, Tim and AJ from Sibling Rivalries. Are you ready to rock CoCoTALK? Let's do it. All right. Without any further ado and all technical difficulties and glitches in the rearview mirror, we are here and get used to it. We got a panel, we got guests, we got a show, we got news, we got all kinds of stuff. We got so much stuff. You're going to have to mention your safe word at some point in time, but we're not there yet, boys and girls. So let's get into our panel introductions. Let's start in the top left-hand corner. Rick Yulin. How you doing, Rick?
Pretty good. Moving right along.
Moving right along. We got our backup streamer and co-host, and when my fan was hit, his fan didn't even start spinning, so we're on plan C at this point, so
had to throw some more gas in the dumpster.
That's it. Mark Bosley's here. We got Johnny on the chat. Mark Overholzer here. He's always doing the links and answering questions and all kinds of good stuff. We'll get to our special guest here in just a minute. From sunny Arizona, where you can fry an egg when the air conditioning is on, it's Ron Delvo.
Hello, it's Ron Delvo, and goodbye.
We got the guy who makes things with switches. Jason Reichert is here. Hello, hello.
Ooh.
Ooh. From Canada, host of our game segment, Ken Waters, Canadian Retro Things. How's it going, eh?
It's going good, eh?
All right. We have we're exceeding our Canadian quota. So what I'd like to do is I would like to donate our spare Canadian to the Ukraine Relief Fund. So we got an extra Canadian right now we can throw over there. They can apologize for Russia. So, but Canadian number 2, our interviewee and foreign correspondent, L. Curtis Boyle's here. How's it going, eh?
Welcome to the show, everyone.
All right. And I'm not sure what his voice is going to sound like today. He might need a lozenge. But Brian, the Music Man Shoebring's here. Hey, Brian.
Hello.
Oh, we got a normal voice from him. You never know with that guy.
That sounds really strange now.
Yeah. Canadian number 3, creator of so much content, the world can't even contain it all. But D. Bruce Moore is here. How are you doing? Take off, eh?
Duja dobra.
Oh, yeah. All right.
That's my Ukrainian.
There you go.
I grew up in the Ukrainian capital of Canada, by the way.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I thought that was Vegreville.
No.
Okay.
Oh, they got the biggest Easter egg.
Yeah, the Sanka.
All right. And last but certainly not least on our regular panelists here, the Thunder from Down Under, celebrating his 19th Ferrari and his 10th trillionth dollar he's made off of video games. Nicholas Marentes is here. Good eye.
Ah, crikey.
Crikey.
That was a direct quote from a new game.
All right. Nick, you need to design a trash can for this show.
A whole dumpster.
Right.
Gonna need a bigger trash can.
In our live chat, we have L. Curtis Boyle, Canadian Retro Things, Jim Rye, Mark Overholzer, Rick Yu, Mark Overholzer, 60, Karen is out there, Chip Monkey 6809 is out there, Tom Eric Gunderson, the Taylor and Amy show are there. Everybody raise a glass. Raise your fruit cup if you have one to the Taylor and Amy show. Hello, hello. And Mikey, he likes it, but he says we had an M3.4 earthquake in Silicon Valley when the show started before. That might be why my OBS locked up. Might have shook some of the transistors in my laptop over here. Mike Miller says my safe word is orthogonal. Orthogonal? Okay. Mark Overholzer. Tim Franklin is here. All right, so we've said hi to our guests. We've gotten all of that out of the way. It's time to get on with the serious part of the show where we...
That's likely to happen.
Yeah.
You have a serious part?
We do.
Serious?
We do have a serious part of our show.
Seriously?
And I'm not a host because
Really?
I think when I jumped off, can you
Curtis is the host.
Can somebody host me so I can spotlight?
Oh, I don't even know how do you switch that? I didn't realize
right
it
mouse
was-
click on me and hit make host. I'm not sure who the host is right now.
It's Curtis.
The host with the most.
Okay, it's not.
No, you said it says host and guest. Yeah, so you're a host.
Yeah, just right click on CoCoTALK and then say make host.
Okay, so I got to do this. Oops. Why is it not?
Or you could spotlight Sibling
Do it
Rivalry.
live.
Either way.
Just a short maintenance period.
Yeah. Man.
It's just that easy.
All right, I am now the host. I've now been hosted. All right.
Welcome.
I'm not used to doing this
Or
hosting thing now.
hosed.
Yes. So now we get to the serious part of our show where we have special guests, Tim and AJ from the hit YouTube series Sibling Rivalries. That's just burning up the charts. The influencers, the hit makers, the movers and the shakers of what's going on with these kids on the YouTube these days is here. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, it's fun to be back.
And as you know, you're going to be interviewed by a famous Canadian, L. Curtis Boyle.
Yeah, take it away, Bruce. Actually, I'm hoping more for a group interview in this case, not just me.
All right, so take it away, L. Curtis Boyle. Why don't you start? Or let me start with my first question. You guys are brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah.
And how long have you guys been brother and sister?
Our whole lives.
Your whole lives. So that's amazing. That's
50 years. 50 years.
Okay, no further questions. Curtis, take it away.
Well, I think the biggest burning question for anybody who's watched the show is, what does AJ stand for?
Full long name is Ann Jeanette.
Is that one word or two words?
You're named after an ice skater, right?
No, an actress. In the 60s, there's a movie called The Loved Ones, which was based on a book. And my parents, who were dating, went to see that movie. And the, I guess, blonde title actress in the movie was named Ann Jeanette, was her real name. Ann Jeanette Gomes. Don't know. And they said, we should name our daughter that.
There you go.
I was named after an insurance agent.
Great.
True story.
That is a true story. That's true.
Death of a Salesman? Was that movie they watched that time?
It's a good
At
thing
least they didn't
watch
name you. At least they
Dark
didn't name you
Shadows.
State Farm.
Jake from State Farm. Lindner.
It would have been farmers.
Farmers Lindner.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
So if you don't mind me asking, where did you guys grow up then? Was it in California or whereabouts?
Yeah, we grew up near Modesto, California.
A little town called Patterson.
Okay.
And now your
grew
home's
up-
worth $1 million.
And YouTube stars, yeah.
Yeah, we grew up on a horse farm in the middle of ag country.
Mm-hmm. In the middle of apricot orchards.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So you're near Steve Jobs, because didn't he work in some of those orchards back in the day?
Well, across the mountains over toward the ocean. Yeah.
Oh, you guys didn't slum with him
Yeah,
over there.
Silicon Valley back then was a very ag as well.
Yeah.
You know,
Who
if,
took the
if Steve
picture of
Jobs
me?
worked closer to them, he would have called the company Apricot.
Who took the picture of the exploding CoCo behind you?
That is a rendering by Erico Monterio for sale, or you can download it and print it yourself. It's on the CoCo archive.
Neat.
It's beautiful. Everybody should get one.
Oh, it's exploded. I thought maybe it had exploded and it was damaged or something.
Now, are there any other siblings in the family too, or is it just the two of you?
My other brother, who is the middle brother, middle age, in the middle of us, age-wise.
Is there any plans for him to ever be on the show, or is he much of a video gamer on that kind of?
He participates in his own way. You'll have to figure out how.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want to tell him?
No, I don't want to tell him.
No.
Little brother, not included.
Is he for the drinks?
He's the little brother. The other
Middle.
one is the honorary brother?
The middle brother. Middle.
I called him middle, as in
Middle.
middle.
Oh, okay.
M-I-D-D-L-E. Middle
Is
brother.
he the guy
brother not
behind your
included.
head, AJ?
I'm sorry, what?
Is he the guy behind your head?
That's an art. That's an art thing.
The posable.
Oh,
The art guy. The art thingy.
this guy.
Yeah, that's the middle brother. So right
This
there.
is my middle brother.
That's his stand-in.
There you go.
Charles, how's it going?
Yeah, there's
Another other brother.
Charles, we name dropped you.
Yeah.
You obviously didn't feed him.
He seems a little stiff. Tell him to loosen up. It's okay. This is a fun show. So, yeah.
So the next question I have is, obviously your show is about sibling rivalry, playing video games and stuff. So what video game consoles and or computers did you guys grow up with? I realize you've talked about this on the show, but there's a lot of people here that have not seen the show yet. So
And shame on
we'll
them.
try to suck them into watching it by giving some background.
Yeah.
Well, the first console we got was a Atari 2600. And then we got an Intellivision. And by that time, I think AJ moved off to college. And one day I got a NES. And I've been a Nintendo fanboy ever since.
And how about home computers as well?
The CoCo, that's the only home computer that I ever had. And AJ can talk about her computing experience as a child.
I don't have any.
Well, that was easy. Next question.
So was AJ around when you had the CoCo, or did she already
Yeah.
done college by then? Okay.
I was.
Yeah.
I was pissed too. My dad spent a lot of money on that, and I was like, "Well, you didn't spend a lot of money on me."
You got a horse.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I think you guys have mentioned that on the show too. That Tim still has his CoCos, but you don't still have your horse, do you?
No.
Hal is long gone.
Horses. I love them. I'll have them again someday when I'm retired and rich.
Now, I just going by my sibling rivalry, because I have a middle brother and a younger sister in my case, and my brother played video games a little bit, but not as much as I did. My sister wanted pretty well nothing to do with computers whatsoever. So was that kind of a similar situation with you three,
Yeah.
or the two of you, or did AJ actually play some video games with you, Jen?
When we got the Atari and then later the Intellivision, we played a lot, but I always lost, always. And I would always run off screaming and crying because I was so pissed off that I never won. And so I kept trying.
So this shows your revenge, actually, because now you've been kicking Tim's ass all the time. So
I know. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either.
My hand-eye coordination's gotten better, I guess.
And obviously Tim's has gotten worse.
Yeah.
Could be due to his alcohol problem. Thanks for
I
pointing
don't
that
know
out,
what
Tim.
it could be. It's a
Don't put it
mystery
in
to
your
me.
nose.
I think Tim has too big of a coconut, and that's why it's going down.
How come you don't wear glasses, Tim?
He's in denial.
I'm in denial. I need them for reading, but that's about it. My long distance vision is fine.
And I have the worst vision ever.
I might rival you on that, speaking of sibling rivalry. So I guess the next question I have is, obviously you went to college and Tim stayed with the CoCo stuff, and he's, for anybody who doesn't know, he's very active on the CoCo side of MAME development too. So what prompted you guys to start this show? Like, was there some specific thing that happened that prompted you to do it, or is this kind of you guys just bantered back and forth and thought, what the hell, or how did it start?
You want to tell
There you go.
So I moved up here to Oregon, and we started spending a lot more time together. and she saw I wanted to make sure all of my old computer and old console collection still worked. So I brought it all out and I was starting to play it, and she saw it and it just hit her. She had the idea to do a YouTube show.
So it was her idea, not yours. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Now, was this... But
Well, I was going to say, when he first moved up here to Oregon, he worked on a video project for like weeks and weeks.
Yeah, Salient Assembly, that one video I did.
And I was kind of keeping an eye on that, going, well, you're spending a lot of time on that. And then when he pulled out all his video games, I'm like, we should be playing video games. That's what we should be doing.
About 5 years ago, we got you into Minecraft.
Yes.
AJ has taken up Minecraft big time.
I'm a hardcore Minecrafter.
She's a builder.
Okay.
That's in common with Stevie. Aren't you still heavily into Minecraft?
I haven't been, but I've spent many hours in it. Now, do you build survival or creative?
They introduced me in survival, and I play almost...
Creative is cheating.
I play exclusively in survival, and I play on a community server, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, creative is better if you just want to build, because you have, you just pull out what you want and you make. You have an unlimited, supply of stuff. But yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. Cool.
So as Tim kind of sucked you back into the video game, retro gaming stuff, did you suck him into Minecraft? Like, is Tim an avid Minecrafter now?
Oh, no. Me and my brother were huge Minecraft players, and we both one day said, AJ would probably really like this. And so we got her into it, and she stayed with it more than me and Charles.
They had to beg me to play because of my PTSD about PTSD.
OCD?
OCD.
Okay, similar. Very similar. They're very similar. They are acronyms.
My anxiety about video games was so high because they were awful. I still had bad memories from childhood of I can't play video games. I'm not a video game player.
That is PTSD. Yeah, that is PTSD. Yeah, OCD is like when you're obsessed with organization. Okay, so PTSD is like you're haunted.
I now have OCD regarding Minecraft, so I switched.
Right.
Now, is that what rebuilt your confidence to try this retro challenge with Tim? Is that
possibly? Yeah, it took away the stigma that video games were hard and
you watch a lot of YouTube videos with Minecrafters.
Yeah, I'm really addicted to Minecraft videos on YouTube. I watch a lot of them for inspiration and laughs.
Okay.
Do a shout out for your favorite couple on
the server I belong to, and my two favorite Minecrafters are Jax the Legend, JJ, and Wild.
They're Australians.
They're Australians.
Cool people.
They're really great people, and they have an amazing server.
Cool. Also, they're Australians, unlike Nick. Okay, cool.
You guys don't have any kids, do you?
Yes.
And are they gamers too, or no?
No.
I have two daughters, and neither of them game.
My daughter definitely is anti-games. Her and her boyfriend get in fights over him playing games. So.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
But I do have my stepson plays games. Yeah. He's a gamer. He thinks this show is really cool.
Oh, excellent. He's got great taste then too. So.
Has he tried playing any of the retro games, or is he strictly a modern gamer?
He has a GameCube that he considers retro. I'll just say that about that.
Well, retro is relative to when you were born, So if it's 20 years in your rearview mirror, it's a moving target for everybody. So yeah.
Yeah, that's an ongoing debate. What should you count as retro? I know the Amigos were discussing that lately, and Boat and Aaron have very different ideas because there's a 10-year difference between them. So one thing I really like about the Sibling Rivalry is it's very honest reactions to each other, with a bit of alcohol tipping in it as well. So you get to see the actual rivalry happening. Sometimes you guys are actually cooperative too. So I was wondering, it's called Sibling Rivalry, so you're usually playing, you're basically always playing two-player games, and then, some of them can be cooperative, like say Joust on certain levels, or other ones are just strictly competitive. Have you guys ever considered doing a second podcast called Sibling Cooperative?
Well, we just played Dungeons. That's going to be next week's video, and that's a cooperative game, and we did horribly at it.
That was a hard game.
I want to shout out to Sixie because he did a really good port there. He encouraged me to try it this time.
Okay, yeah, because that was my next question. Is it just impossible to have a cooperative game between the two of you, or are you always like rivals?
Well, it's not impossible, but Dungeons was so frenetic. We were never in the same place at the same time.
We didn't really cooperate.
And
I think Gauntlet, we kind of watched that because somebody would try and go right off the screen. Somebody's going left, and unlike Dungeons, if you're at the opposite ends, nobody moves.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dungeons isn't like Gauntlet.
No,
Dungeons
but you can actually wander separately. Yeah.
Yeah, you can wander separately. It's really nice like that. Of course, you just get a small little quarter of a window, but it's enough.
Yeah. So you guys have got what, 20 episodes now, or pretty close to it?
22.
Can't believe it, actually.
21 that have been published and one in the can.
One in the can. Look at
So
you.
do you guys record do you guys record one at a time every weekend, or do you guys record like several in a weekend and then kind of have a couple week break? How does that work?
At the beginning, we did it one at a time every Friday. Friday for obvious reasons. There's a bar near here.
Happy hour. We hit happy
call that
hour.
prepping.
We come home. We play video games.
But recently we switched to doing 3 on one day and then taking breaks, and it's much nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk all the time.
Neither
At least
am I.
until episode 3. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Oh man, you can pick those up pretty quick.
The first step is admitting that you have a problem.
Yeah, you need a fourth game is the problem. I guess one thing to get along with the drinking side of things here, do you each have a favorite drink, and is it the same?
Oh, my favorite drink is a gin and tonic.
I probably drink more cosmopolitans than anything, but I mix it up almost every week. I mean, I drink beer. I mean, except for tequila, don't like tequila, but almost all other alcohol I like.
Are you familiar with the WeFax drinking game? Whenever Rondo mentions the word WeFax, you have to take a drink.
You'll need bigger coconuts for this game, but
I don't know that game.
It's
not a game.
Yeah, it's right next to Spectaculator.
Do you guys are you able to stay on and play the game without having to go potty room or anything? I mean,
Oh yeah, I haven't hit that age yet.
Okay.
Also, there's breaks between the recordings.
Oh,
so
yeah, we try to keep our shows under 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you take breaks and stuff there, do you guys like spend like 3 or 4 hours together on a Friday to record 3 shows, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is there any mass amounts of pre-planning? I mean, I know sometimes it sounds like you have tried the game before you record. Other times it sounds like you kind of just winged it.
Oh, I always show AJ the game beforehand. She's just so quick to accuse me of cheating that I got to the point where, okay, we're just going to play it. We're not going to show the first experience. That's not what the show's about. We're going to show a rivalry. And to do that, I got to get her good at the game. And that's why she's beating me every week.
Yeah, you're teaching her too well by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Are you guys making any money on publishing the? It was like 60-40, AJ 60.
No, we haven't hit the thresholds for monetization yet, so
okay.
There's no money involved.
Tell your friends, like and subscribe.
That's a division by 0 error, Ron.
If any of you want to sponsor an episode, we'll consider it.
Oh, that's true.
Host reads.
There you go.
Will you consider WeFax as a sponsor?
Absolutely.
Wait till you find out what it is.
I can't wait.
Oh, I bet.
Okay. Now, since you've been covering some video game systems that AJ, you said you played when you were younger. Do you have a favorite out of the stuff that you've played back in your youth that you've come back to, and now that you're much more competitive with Tim on it? Do you have a favorite out of the 22 episodes you've done so far?
What's that?
It's the first one we did. I was the first one I requested we play. It was Utopia on in television.
That's a very special game.
It was I think if I won any games, it would be that one. Every now and again, I'd win.
Sure. There's a bit of randomness in there.
Yeah, and so I liked it because I felt like I had more of a chance with that one than the other games. So I love that game.
Okay.
Like why I like Minecraft. It's sort of like
And for games that you've never played before and that were kind of brand new to you during the show here, what's your favorite out of those?
The race car. I don't even. We paid $3. So
it was Pit Stop 2. It was on the CoCo, and it was the one where I won at the last minute.
Oh yes,
Is that what you accidentally pit stopped because you forgot to tell her about that?
Yes, yeah. I was winning so hard, and then I had this random pit stop that I didn't do on purpose, and
I passed her,
and I couldn't get out of it because he didn't introduce me. Like I didn't have an experience of how to do the pit stop.
We played the game ahead of time, but I didn't think it would be a part of the game. But looking back, it's really easy to pit stop. You just go into the right corner at the right time, and that was me cheating.
We're gonna have a rematch of that one.
Yeah, we should.
And I did love it. I had a good time with that one.
Yeah, that's a really good game.
I like the high energy ones. I like the ones where there's like action and we're battling it out. And
your favorite's Utopia, probably the lowest energy game we've ever played.
That was my favorite as a kid. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
I would suggest Le Mans. Then it's an old Spectral game where you're two people on a racetrack. It's just a top view type thing, but you have this annoying dog running across that keeps screaming your cars, and there's random bits of debris that just show up, and jerry cans so you can cheat and get an extra free lap. That would be a fun one to watch the two of you.
All right, put it on the list.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Actually, while I mention that, does anybody else here have any 2-player games on CoCo or any other video game consoles like Atari 2600 and television that they would like to suggest for the Tim and AJ to try?
You guys have done Joust already?
Yeah.
You've done Joust, okay.
Yeah.
That turned out to be really difficult because that's a really fast game, and we kept killing each other.
No.
Even when you weren't supposed to.
Yeah, we were trying to play cooperatively, but it's just so easy to take out your opponent in that game.
Yeah.
Now, was that all accidental, or was that some inborn, subtle personality thing coming through there?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I don't have that kind of self-reflection.
Are your parents still alive?
No.
So they didn't get to see you become YouTube stars. That's too bad.
No. My dad would have loved it. My dad would have loved it.
Yeah, I don't think he ever watched YouTube. I think he passed before YouTube.
YouTube wasn't really a thing when he died. Yeah.
Was he into video games at all then? Or?
Oh yeah,
he loved Doom.
Oh wow.
Oh really?
Yeah, he took a real liking to Doom and Flight Sim.
We have a suggestion from the Taylor and Amy show for you guys to play Microbes cooperative with joysticks. So that's kind of the asteroids.
Yeah, one controls the shooting and one controls the flying. That should be fun.
Oh yeah. I want to shoot.
We want to thank the Taylor and Amy show for
the coconut
ideas.
Yeah, good job.
This interview is going better and better as it goes along.
Yeah. Wait till they each hit their second coconut. It's really going to get good then.
I think it finally convinced AJ so that we can put our faces on our show.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I think it would help engagement, as they say.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, seeing the facial expressions and not just hearing it, I think will help. I think, but I can't believe you did that type of thing.
We're going to have to up our production values and get some green screen.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Heads in the corners and
the live reaction. I think that would be fun.
I told him we can't do it till we hit 100 subscribers. So if you guys want that, you should start.
It's like a Patreon goal.
Right.
Actually, how many subscribers are you up to? I haven't actually checked lately.
95.
Okay.
I got you close.
Only takes a few more.
Well, you might be able to get 5 more, maybe with the CoCoTALK effect, but I'm not going to make any promises.
Well, David
might lose
David
100,
Ladd
I don't
just
know.
joined. I think he's got like 5 personalities. So yeah.
That's right, Stevie. 17 of my accounts are subscribed. Hey. No, hey, David, I know you're here.
David Letterman is a thing on the show.
Oh, okay. You know, I have a suggestion for your show, guys. You should make it a drinking game show.
It's called After Dark.
Yeah, it's our After Dark episodes.
You know,
We
like
do that.
viewers, like you say certain catchphrases, and your jurors like drink.
Yeah.
Now, I guess one question I have is like, so far, I mean, the show's called Sibling Rivalry. It's not called Retro Sibling Rivalry, but all the games you've done have been on retro systems. Is that going to continue, or are you planning on visiting some more recent games as well?
No, I never thought of our open-endedness. It's always going to be.
I mean,
video
the
games.
older we get, the more things become retro.
Yeah.
Pretty soon you'll be playing Pong.
But like
Have
some.
we done we did table tennis, didn't we?
That's pretty close. Yep, that's true.
I
In the
thought
pool.
if we haven't done Pong, had that on my list early on.
We did Video Olympics, and we did the Pong from Video Olympics.
Oh, Castle Guard was a suggestion there too. That's kind of like.
But I hate that game.
Yeah.
All the better. That make sure the facial reactions are on screen before you do that
we'll
particular
save that
episode.
one for our first facial episode.
Well, if you get into like some 16-bit stuff, like I'm seeing like a Mortal Kombat or a Street Fighter type situation, you know.
Speaking of Mortal Kombat, on the GameCube, we played we played the big fighting game on the GameCube that I can't remember at the moment. And, AJ won, somehow.
Oh, is that the one where we were bouncing around on top of the things? And...
Yeah.
Oh, is that like the Smash Brothers?
Oh, yeah,
Smash Brothers. A very popular game. Yeah.
I can't believe I won that because that was definitely the kind of game that I would not win at.
And that's meant to have like a whole bunch of people playing at once too. It can be like out of control. We do have a question from Chipmonkey, or not Chipmonkey, but from Jim Rye. So the age-old debate: Lancer or buzzard bait? What's the better joust? Do we have opinions on that?
I haven't showed her either of those.
Yeah, you guys played the transcode so far.
We just played the transcode.
Okay, so too soon.
Yeah, too soon.
Too soon.
Before the transcode became available, back in the day, 2 versions of Joust were written.
What about Pegasus? Come on.
Yeah, there's 3 if you include Pegasus and the Phantom Riders. So.
And there are factions in the community on which one is better.
Oh, well, then we got to play them.
Yeah, it's on.
Actually, I want to see AJ play Pegasus because she likes horses, and that's got like Pegasus as you're flying around, or Pegasi, whatever.
Oh, well, then I'm in. Count me in.
All right, so we'll have to get back to you on that one, Jim Rye, on which one they like that's better.
Yeah.
They have a suggestion to play Oregon Trail.
Oh, my favorite was Pegasus and the Phantom Riders because it used the speech sound pack.
Yeah, and it had a little bit more dynamic background, full color background and changing
more depth
scenery
to
and
it,
stuff.
Yeah, it's a prettier game.
Yeah, I think when we did our contest for people to vote on their favorite, I think that became the dark horse, pun intended, where it ended up getting the most votes by a few, or it kind of became the fan favorite.
Yeah. So speaking of like Oregon Trails being a bit of a joke there, but are you guys pretty well strictly trying to stick with arcade style games, or are you guys going to get into some strategy or puzzle games or something like that if they're competitive?
Yeah, but off the top of my head, I think that they would go too long, and they would
because you want to fit it into 20 minutes, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we could expand if we really wanted to. I just am worried that people will get bored.
Yeah, how about a no holds bar Monopoly session, right?
Oh, don't get me started on Monopoly.
Full contact Monopoly.
I think there should be a federal law against house rules on Monopoly. You should only be able to play by the book.
Well, that's up to each person how they play. So.
Well, then each person is wrong every time I've tried.
Okay. David Craker suggests Candy Company, where you can play cooperatively in that one. So.
All right.
Where you're kind of going across the platforms and stuff. So.
What is the name of your YouTube thing?
The name of the YouTube channel is Tim Lindner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the show is called Sibling Rivalry.
Yeah, but if you type in Sibling Rivalry, you get all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's
YouTube /Tim Lindner, right?
Yeah, YouTube /Tim Lindner.
That'll get you to it.
We're going to get you to all the various videos I've made over the years.
And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah.
While you're there.
Ring that notification bell.
That's it. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, yes.
I have a question for Tim now. Since you're a capable software author, have you ever thought of writing a game that will be played on Sibling Rivalry? And then AJ, how will you make sure he doesn't cheat if he writes it?
I've been thinking of doing a CoCo 3 pinball because I don't think a good one exists.
Okay.
Nope. Especially CoCo 3, no.
And but I don't see how I don't know, the one pinball game we played, you really hated it on the Intellivision. But I love computer pinball.
Radio ball is halfway decent.
I love them all. I mean, some of them you're gonna love, some of them I'm gonna love. I'll play. You put it out there, I'll play it. I'm game.
AJ, you need a beard. I see you both had blonde hair at one time.
We were both born blondes, and then it turned dark in our.
Yeah, as they say, I was toe-headed.
Toe-headed. Wow.
I was toe-headed as a young child.
I mean, all three of us kids were the blondest, whitest haired kids you could imagine, and then we all got dark hair as we got older. But I kept making mine blonde because I like it.
It's more fun.
Yeah, that's why I went blonde this last winter.
Now you've mentioned that your brother Charles is somewhat involved, but you want to explain exactly how. Is he also in Oregon? Like, is he nearby enough that you guys see each other fairly often too?
Yeah.
I moved here first, and then I begged them all to move.
Yeah, it took a while, but I finally came up here.
And how are you liking Oregon so far? There's a few other people
it's
here.
Lovely. I brought the sunshine with me. It's not as rainy as I thought.
Nice.
It's been raining for 2 weeks solid. What are you talking about?
I thought it would be harder rain.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's pretty rare that it's a heavy rain. It's usually just a drizzly light rain here and there throughout the day.
I left California. We were at a 2-year drought.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think I'd take rain over fires. So
AJ, do you have a favorite type of game genre? Like, do you like one type of style over another?
I don't know. I mean, what genre is Minecraft considered? That is my favorite.
Okay.
You don't play the blood and guts, knife and stab and tear apart movie type thing?
Even before Tim arrived, when Logan, my stepson, was younger, we had a Wii and we would play Mario Kart, and I really like race car games, evidently, because that was another game he and I would play a lot. And so,
yeah, we should definitely do Mario Kart on the GameCube.
Yeah, I'm down.
That'd be fun.
Because I like race car games for some reason.
Right, especially when you can throw stuff at your opponent too. So that just ups the ante. So.
Yeah, that's fun. It's a fun aspect.
Now, Tim, does she drive like in real life, like she does in some of the racing games we've seen? Or?
No, she's a very good driver.
I'm very cautious and careful. I don't want to kill somebody accidentally.
Is she an excellent driver?
No, I'm just okay.
That's just the whole Rain Man thing there. So excellent driver.
And then AJ, what do you think of Tim's driving while we're at it?
He drives too fast. Like, he scares the crap out of me when we're driving. I never said that to you before.
I do not drive fast. I don't understand.
Yes, you do.
And here it goes.
There it is. The rivalry's happening.
So who edits the show?
I edit the show.
Any particular system you use for that, or?
I use iMovie. Very simple edits. Just some. I use Blender for the intro. I taught myself Blender. That was an interesting few weeks.
I like.
And then who
picks movie is almost retro.
Who picks the games for the show? Like, does AJ have any input in that, or is she just not familiar enough with all the different
She's
games?
not familiar enough with what's available, so I pick all the games.
I will tell him what I say. I'll say we need to do something with more energy or exciting. We've been doing some, especially after the pool games. We need something exciting.
I get on this kick where I find a pool game for one platform, and then I'll find, there's there's got to be more pool games for the other platforms, and I just string them all together, and that's what we play for the Friday, and it turns out to be horrible television.
And that's where AJ's drinking habit really started.
Yeah. I rein him in so we keep it exciting.
Do you have a throw up episode where you just went too far?
Oh, a what episode?
Throw up.
No, we don't.
Oh, like
You should
'cause we
collect
drink too much?
outtakes, though.
Yeah.
You know what? When I get drunk enough to throw up, it's usually the next day that I do that.
It's rare.
We've just been
It's pretty rare,
informed.
yeah.
We've just been informed by Chip Monkey that you guys have hit 100 subscribers. So the CoCoTALK effect is happening. We've boosted those
that got you.
numbers.
That got
We
you.
better order our green screen.
We gotta do a thank you video.
All right. So
Yeah, that's the CoCoTALk effect. 3
That's it.
additional subscribers.
Thank you guys. Wow.
Tim, you have a digitized picture of your face on your YouTube things.
Yes.
Was that done through CoCo, or was it something you just come up with?
No, that is there. It's a dithering called Atkinson dithering. A gentleman named Bill Atkinson, who worked on the Macintosh project for Apple, invented that specific kind of bitmap dithering, and it's sort of a tribute to him and all the great software work he did for Macintosh.
Because he did part of the toolbox and all that, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, that's it.
Has he passed, or is he still around?
No, he's still alive. I saw him interviewed on one of the Twitch shows about 5 years ago, and he's working on computer brain interfaces. The guy never stops.
Wow.
Has he called you?
What?
You use your brain.
Hey, is he looking for volunteers? Is what I think was wrong.
Yeah. And tell him your sister comes with you.
They don't want my brain.
Yeah. And speaking of bring your sister along to something here, is there any chance of getting the two of you for a live taping of Sibling Rivalries at CoCo Fest or something like that, where you can take audience suggestions for games?
Oh, if I could get AJ to a CoCo Fest.
I just told you I would go.
Yeah, but you said only for a little bit, and then probably go see Chicago.
Oh, I love Chicago. I've been there twice, and I love it. I'd go back anytime. And I would totally come out and do video games live. I would love that. It would be awesome.
That would be a lot of fun.
Just keep the drinks coming.
There's
Well, we have one in mid-May, just so you're aware. So
Yeah. Oh, I'm aware. There's one coming up.
Oh, that's soon. I gotta watch.
yeah, that might be too
it.
soon for booking, but
We'll have to look at it. We'll look.
okay. If not, we can always go for next year.
And we
I have
also
to check
get on
with their
Twitch.
assistant.
You want us to get on Twitch and
Yeah,
play live games?
Live games on Twitch.
All right.
No editing.
That's why people love it.
Yeah.
Starting a whole empire here.
Yeah.
You're trying.
Now, for each of you, for the episodes you've done so far, what is your favorite console or computer to be playing on, as opposed to a specific game? Especially like controller-wise, because I know AJ's had a few thoughts on controllers.
I love the games that are on in television. They are my favorite. I know I'm a CoCo guy, but there's just something about that console that is really great.
Don't like the controller on that console, and I don't like the controller on the Atari. So if we're going by controllers, I'm going with the CoCo.
What do you think of the Black Beauty?
It's a beauty. It's our favorite remote slash controller slash.
That's kind of like a horse reference, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a horse, Black Beauty. Mm-hmm.
Never made that connection.
Well, if you don't like those controllers, you should try a ColecoVision.
Oh, or
That
an
sounds like a
Atari 5200.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear God, no.
We don't have that console, but you never know. I mean, we're open to consoles we have yet to acquire.
Yeah, I buy old consoles. That's something I do.
So I'm presuming you'll never go to the emulator route to play something. You'll always have the actual hardware. That's part of the
I never say never. I have these old machines, and as everybody here knows, if you use them gently, they will last forever. It's when you put them away and stop using them is when they stop working. So that's a big part of this, is just to make sure that they last. But I am not against emulators.
No, I meant for the show. Obviously, you're not against
for the
emulators.
show, I'm not against emulators.
Yeah, the guy that has his hands in MAME is against emulators.
Yeah. God, this thing I'm working on sucks.
Yeah.
Who is it that makes that controller in a wooden box?
I think it's Neil, the Gamester.
Neil, yeah. Have you guys thought about getting one of those? There looks like a heavy-duty joystick and buttons.
Yeah, it's a big joystick. It uses an arcade stick, I believe. No, we haven't thought about that.
I mean, I'm not opposed to anything. It's.
Well, what do you think of the stand-up arcade sticks that you usually see out there in the wild? They're very heavy-duty, and they got to take the abuse.
I mean, most of them are easier to use than the little joystick.
The only problem with those is rage quitting can cost you a TV.
Luckily, I don't throw things. I'm not a destroyer of things.
I'm sure you were on a ledge in Minecraft, and you hit the wrong key and you fell.
And lost my elytra and all my diamond armor. Yeah, and I did not throw anything. I might have quit now. Like, I'm out.
I know your 4-letter words increased during some of those, but
I really try to not be as raunchy as I was in the first few episodes. I don't want to alienate people.
I want to alienate people.
They slip out once in a while, though, just in the heat of the battle. Like,
that's where the live Twitch stream will come in really nice.
That's a genuine reaction.
It'll be a showcase for that.
I am a passionate person in real life, so like in those games can get me fired up.
Now,
okay,
AJ,
time for.
Go ahead, David.
Oh, I was going to say, well, then maybe they should try Friday the 13th.
That's my birthday.
Wait, David, what game are you talking about?
Friday the 13th. It's based on the horror movie thing where you got.
One person plays like the villain Jason or whoever it is, and then it's all the other people trying to escape, and they have to try to like rebuild engines to get a car running or whatever else.
Oh, that sounds fun. I want to be the I want to be Jason.
I think that's like a party game where a bunch of people get together and then some random person is chosen to be the villain.
Oh.
David, did you want to invite them to TeamSpeak Irregulars?
That's where the girl always runs upstairs into the bedroom and waits for the guy to come instead of going in the car.
We could get Wendy and Logan and do the sibling rivalry.
Yes, that was the other idea, the sibling squared rivalry.
Oh, so that you'd have cooperative siblings of each family going against another cooperative sibling.
My daughter and my stepson are technically siblings, right? So we were all hanging out one day, and Tim suggested we do a sibling.
Cool. Sibling factorial.
That sounds like that game would be good for that.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, sibling rivalry head to head. Yeah, that'd be good.
Sometime when you start the show, you should have pictures of when you were 5 and 6 or 7 years old, to start the show.
Oh yeah, I've got a great
That'd be cool.
picture of this. Tim was so cute. He was so cute.
And then that happened.
I'm enjoying that red face Tim's getting now. That was good.
Yep. Are you blushing, Tim?
No,
He's going to blame the alcohol, but
Nasty Mr.
all the
Time.
drinking I've done.
So AJ, do you actually own a video game console yourself at your place that you play or have the kids? None at all.
No. I mean, my stepson Logan does. He has many, and we used to have a Wii, and then when he got older, he outgrew it, so we sold it to someone. So.
Has this gotten you interested enough to maybe want to go and get one yourself so you can practice and then really kick Tim's ass during that?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a Wii again. There were a lot of games on that I liked.
Yeah, Wii's are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave up my Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, and my Wii, and I regret all of that.
If you both play a Wii, would it be a Wii?
Oh, Ron.
I literally knew he was going to say that. I mean, in my head.
He's not going to say, oh, yeah, he is.
Ron, can you please stick to Wii Facts related questions?
Wii Facts in this case.
There is a Wii Facts 3, you know.
Well, that really drooped off.
Asparagus.
So you've said you got one more in the can already coming out. So how far ahead do you plan? Like, have you got, like you did this last one where you kind of did the pool, you did multiple pool games. Is that something you're going to be sticking with? Where you're going to play like multiple versions on different consoles or computers of the same thing? Or are you guys planning on mixing it up somewhat? Or
yeah,
mix it up.
Yeah, but I'm not that creative. I get the idea for a game, and then I want to try all three, and maybe 4 with the GameCube. But I don't plan anything until the day of taping. I have a list, and I go through it, and I do some. I guess I do some testing to make sure that my hardware is working. But not very much planning. This is a very off-the-cuff show.
Yeah.
And does AJ have any sort of a vote? Like you're mentioning that sometimes you'll suggest you need more of an action game next time, but do you show her the list and say, maybe you pick one this week?
No, never done that.
No.
Like she wouldn't recognize the titles.
No, but you know, I'm gonna strongly suggest that we don't do 3 of the same kind in a row. We might, maybe 2 is okay. We need to mix it up.
I like the comparing aspect of.
Well, it's still out there. Once you publish it, it's out there. You can tell everybody, go see our other show. You can put a link in the
description.
Put a link in the description, Tim.
put a link in the do.
And don't forget to ask them to like and subscribe when you do that. So.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Everybody.
Just point to the box in the air that has that other video.
Right.
In the wrong corner. Yeah.
It's over there somewhere. Yeah,
click here.
He doesn't want to do any of that. He's lazy.
I guess one other question too, and now that the pandemic's kind of getting endemic now, and then the rest of us can start getting together and starting to play games too, is would you consider maybe doing an episode where you kind of take part in our live game on challenge if it's a game that actually has an aspect of rivalry to it for 2 players?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We can submit scores, and
because we live stream a live stream on Twitch ourselves there on, I think it's Wednesdays. Is that right, Ken?
Thursdays.
Yeah.
Thursdays.
I participated this last time. I even submitted a score.
He didn't invite me though.
Are you guys too old for Rock'em Sock'em Robots?
We never had it.
I don't remember it.
I don't remember that.
No, I figured you would be.
Yeah, that's a good question. Have you thought about anything outside of the video games like Rock'em Sock'em Robots or anything like that? Those retro
table hockey or ice hockey? Or,
if I could get my hands on 2 Armatrons, and maybe we could play chess with Armatron.
I think Armatron arm wrestling too would be kind of cool.
Armatron is a little robotic arm that you could buy at Radio Shack. I had one when I was a kid. I remember taking apart and destroying.
You use it to move a vial of radioactive material.
What movie is that?
That's
a good one. It's a good one.
Actually, I think one that might be a more equal footing on an Armatron thing would be to have it program them up so that you can actually take the drinks and pick them up and bring them to your mouth there, so you can finish the drink the fastest with the robot arm.
Oh, I like that game.
There's some incentive to get that program debugged.
Do that. All right, now we're on the hunt for Armatron.
It's an expensive show, Tim.
Yeah, that's a lot of cash.
Well, when we're famous YouTubers.
Yeah,
now that you have 100 subscribers, YouTube money should just start rolling in, right?
Oh yeah.
As long as you can buy 2 that work.
Yeah, they're kind of flaky.
Right.
All right, well, okay.
Make sure you wear a bib.
Because the arm will come up and it'll be like.
Exactly.
I need you around more to help me decipher David Ladd. Because I have no idea.
I think you're gonna need a poncho.
Yeah, I think we all need that too, to be honest.
Hey, come on!
Really?
You got it. You got it right away.
Really?
You zeroed on exactly what he meant.
I did know what he meant right away.
She speaks David. That's good. So it's like that lady on the plane and airplane. Excuse me, I speak jive, right? So yeah, so she speaks David. So
That was Mrs. Cleaver.
Yeah.
I had a friend who had an aunt that was in that movie. That's my closest thing to
Oh,
cool.
Awesome.
Surely you can't be serious.
Yes, I can. And don't. Did you ever see the website where they ranked every joke in that movie?
No.
There's a web page. It's like 50 million clicks long, and they have video clips of every single joke.
Okay.
In the entire movie, ranked from least funniest to most funniest.
Oh my god, that sounds awesome.
It's a great web page, and the kick behind it is that it's ranked not by regular people but by joke writers, professional joke writers. It's really a fun read.
Do you have by any chance any movie recommendations for the folks at home?
I made them watch The Room. I think you got like 6 minutes into it.
You made me watch it. He loves to trap you into watching a movie, and then you can't leave. You have to finish it because you committed, and you don't want to see the disappointment on his face if you get up and walk away. And he made me watch that movie too.
Oh my god. Those worst.
He made my husband watch it, and my husband 2 minutes in said, "Why are we watching a porn?"
The Room is not a pornographic movie. I just want to say
It's not, but you wonder for a few minutes.
The fun fact about the Room is that there's a love scene in it that he just decided to use the same exact scene in another part of the movie, like no one would notice.
Well, that lady wouldn't record it again with him because he was so creepy. So.
Oh, so creepy.
Lord.
Mystery Theater Tandy 3000.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
I love that movie.
Oh God, you're taking me apart.
I guess someone has to.
We were trying to do that on Discord. It took me longer to get it set up where I could stream it to Discord than we actually watched the thing, because I had to go through so many hoops to jump through to find my little streaming stick and get that to show up where you could see it and hear it. And by the time we start watching, I'm like, oh my god, I can't stand this crap. So,
I didn't surprise it on them though. I told them exactly that.
Well, because you basically pitched it as the worst movie ever made.
He didn't do that to me. He said, "Oh, there's this movie you've got to see."
It's like
I did it right.
Okay.
It's like the Citizen Kane of bad movies.
It's descended beyond bad. It's good and on down into just bad.
It's like the Eraserhead of serious documentaries. Yeah.
What's the movie's name?
The Room.
The Room.
But watch Room Full of Spoons, which is
But then if you watch The Room, you can then watch what was that movie that came out a few years ago?
The Disaster.
That was it.
The Disaster Artist, which is actually about the making of The Room, and it's done by what's his face?
I can't remember his name, but it's really good.
It is
Disaster
like James
Artist.
Franco.
James Franco, yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say it wasn't Ryan Reynolds, was it?
Oh my God, Ryan! You guys should have him at Coco Fest.
Yeah, one of our Canadian friends.
Our keynote speaker.
Yeah, all of you Canadians know each other, right?
Yeah, right.
And Ken lives in BC. He should be able to
It's
find
like
that
it's
up.
like everybody in Australia is Nick's neighbor. Why aren't you Canadians? Don't you all know each other?
Oh yeah. Well, actually, Ryan's my neighbor, so I can just talk to him.
Hey, how's it going, eh?
Yeah, British Columbia population 5. It should be pretty easy to set up. So.
Drive on over. Yeah.
And we got to tell people about Enginetia.
Oh yeah, nobody commented. I'm surprised. But we're gonna design a flag for Angenetia. Anyone who saw 2 episodes ago?
2 episodes ago, we invented the country of Angenetia. And it's just one of those things. And we want to make it a thing like the Ryan Reynolds.
There will be merch at some point.
Okay, excellent.
You're gonna have like 3 colors of white on the flag, or
3 colors of white. Can one of them get Michelle?
Right.
The
That's the whole
bone,
like
taupe, and off-white.
right.
yeah,
Don't forget buff. To get that.
you could have,
Don't forget
you could have,
Ivory.
you could have white stars and stripes in there.
Buff is what they called the white color in the color computer manual.
That's right.
They didn't call it white; they called it buff for some reason.
Oh.
It's kind of weird.
It's a very strong white, I guess. I don't know.
At first, they called it Biff.
Well,
Actually,
I'm an artist, so I understand the nuances of the color white.
Tim, I was going to ask you. This is more of a technical question, but I know. I think it was the episode you're talking about the setting up your own country type thing. Was that the one where the YouTube comments got accidentally shut off? Have you ever figured out what's causing that?
That's been a constant source of frustration. I upload a video, I check to make sure the comments are turned on, and then a few minutes later, when I check again, the comments will be turned off. And I don't know how it's happening, and it usually takes about 3 hours for them to stay on, and it's really frustrating. But I don't know
in that
what's
particular
happening.
episode, I went to go comment, and then it was said comments are shut off. So I notified you, and then I got busy with other stuff, and I forgot to leave a comment. So my apologies.
Maybe YouTube thinks you're like documentary makers that don't want the
Maybe
comments.
that's why we don't get any comments.
Well, I check all the videos.
I know, and usually he'll tell me that it's posted now, and I'll go look, and it'll be like, Tim, the comments are off again.
I was hoping it would happen to everybody, but I guess it's just me.
Maybe it's an alternative. Then maybe set up an email account that people can email to you directly too. Then, even with suggestions or whatever else.
Yeah, my email's out there. Everybody knows me.
Do they?
Not
Why don't we have
everybody.
more subscribers, Tim?
Maybe you should say it out loud.
About 100 people know me, so this is about right.
That's right. There you go. And those numbers keep climbing.
Have we hit 101 yet?
Hit refresh.
I don't have my phone with me, so.
You don't have your phone?
Mm-mm. I was devoting my entire attention.
Yeah. Have you considered doing like stuff at a remote location? Like maybe you go to like a barcade or something and you play out in the wild somewhere.
We have a Dave and Buster's close to us, and I went there for the first time a few months ago, and that was an interesting experience. I thought it was just going to be like an arcade with food, but they seem to make their own special games.
Yeah, it's like Chuck E. Cheese for adults.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And they have fun wild drinks to drink.
Yeah.
So it's right up our alley. I mean, we should be going there every week.
Yeah, they should be sponsoring us.
How about a hot tub with your coconuts?
Oh wait, he mentioned
Asparagus.
Coconut.
Coconut.
You guys have to know the story behind these coconuts.
Well, tell us the story.
They look hairy.
They are hairy, and that's why we like them.
So it was a few days before we shot that promo, and of course we saw, we're gonna help this become a thing on the CoCoTALK show. So I went to all the local party stores to try to find some coconuts, and I was expecting to find cheap little plastic coconuts that you could buy, and apparently it's marked as seasonal, so none of the stores around here had them. So ordered them on partycity.com, and they were just going to arrive too late to be in time to record that promo. And so I decided to go to the grocery store. I buy a couple of coconuts, and these things are really hard to crack open.
Very hard.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to use the saw. Electric saw.
He had his Dremel and I think looks like you might have even used a drill.
Yeah, I ended up. What worked was you drill holes around the top, and then I connected those holes with the Dremel with a slitting saw and the Dremel, and that's how I finally got them open. And they're huge.
So can you imagine being on a lost island with coconuts all around you?
You need a
Like,
rock.
you're gonna
Tools.
die.
You need a big rock. Yeah.
And it turns out I opened up the wrong side. There's a side of the coconut that has those 3 holes.
They leak.
That's the side you're supposed to cut open. These now leak because those 3 holes are a little permeable.
I had to put some hot glue on the bottom to help them.
Hot glue or silicone.
Yeah.
And then what was funny is the coconuts finally arrived from Party City, and I thought they were going to be plastic, but they turned out to be real coconuts.
But about half the size.
Yeah, they're about half the size.
They're tiny little coconut cups.
So like coconut shot glasses, then basically.
Yeah. Coconut shot glasses.
Exactly.
But go to Party City, get some real coconuts.
Nice.
So if you guys use the hard liquor, your show would be shorter.
You do use a hard liquor. What do you mean?
Yeah, Ron, what's a hard liquor for you?
Well, I meant the shot glass and shot glass, and then pretty soon there's no room for ice in them, or
that would be a different show.
Yeah.
What would we call that?
Sibling slurring or something? I'm not sure.
Shooting your siblings.
Let's call it drinking
I think it's called someone's going to need an Uber.
Then at the end of the show, you'll have a donation to the liver.
The American Liver Society.
Yeah, exactly.
Would there be any consideration?
Preservation of your liver.
Would there be any consideration for doing something like a laser tag or something that's actually physical and personal?
Oh, I want to do laser tag so bad.
I did laser tag about 10 years ago. Qzar.
Hey, didn't they have a laser tag on the cruise we went on? One of them?
Not that I remember.
I think there is one of the. I think we might look into that. We're going on a cruise in September.
That's a great excuse for a cruise, I figure. Laser tag.
Wouldn't paintball be better? And then you come on the show with all these bobs of paint all over you.
And why don't we put like a little GoPro on our head and record us seeing each other?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I told you the other day we should get a GoPro.
Yeah.
And now we have a reason.
There you go.
And 100 subscribers, so you're obliged at this point.
I've never played paintball. My husband used to play when he was younger, and he talks about how you get welts all over your body. And I just think I'm a little opposed to that.
It depends on how good the other people's guns are and how close range they are. And you're supposed to use judgment when that happens, but I've gotten some really nasty shots in the back that they left long permanent markings. So yeah.
Permanent?
Yeah. Well, not permanent, but long-term, visible welts, so yeah.
Like stuff you can show your grandchildren?
This was during the paintball war of 2022.
Look, Johnny, back in 32. You got me right here.
Back in 22.
Yeah. Lord.
David Craker says paintball in the backyard, real pain.
Yes.
That time in '04.
Any other questions? Come on,
That's
throw
what
them
I'm
at
just
us.
thinking. I was just thinking that. Do we have more
That's
questions?
all the ones I had written down. I'm going to try to think of some suggestions for some other Sibling Rivalry games. Obviously, in my case, it'll be CoCo related because that's what I'm most familiar with. But,
we did have a suggestion from Scott Cooper. He says there's an Atari homebrew game that's called Space Rocks. He says it's an Asteroids Deluxe clone that can be played in co-op, and it's a very good game. So you might be able to find that. I don't know if you've got one of those cartridges that let you play multiple ROMs.
Yes, I have a Harmony.
Harmony. Okay, yeah. So you might
that's
want to
what
look
we
for
have,
that.
Stevie.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the word. Yeah.
Awesome. Love the suggestion. Thanks, everybody.
There even the old Atari games, even like Combat on Atari, had so many different games that you could play with 2 players. And the Outlaw, where you got to shoot each other. You know.
Outlaw. We haven't done that one yet. I remember that one.
I do have a suggestion if you haven't done it already. Armor Ambush on the 2600.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's a tank game that's way better than Combat.
Okay.
Yeah. And you guys played Combat already, from what I remember, didn't you?
Yeah. That was the first game I beat him at. It was like the 6th or 7th episode.
What's the score now? Like, I know AJ's been catching up. Have you passed him at this point?
Well, we haven't done it.
He's afraid to look. I think I have passed him.
Okay, well, we do have I have it's time to cue a soundbite, but in the live chat we have none other than Nick is saying you guys should play Dino Wars.
I don't know it.
How have I forgotten Dino Wars? How did that slip my mind?
Is that the one you made the big poster
That's
for?
the main I made the big banner for.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be a good one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my favorite software author, Roger Kilgus. Yeah. That's great.
When you guys go pro, you're going to have like Budweiser.
More like Monster Energy drink.
Yeah. I do like Monster.
Yeah.
I drink that once in a while.
Or just get sponsored by ABC Liquors. That way you've got a full array of drinking assortments to you. So,
I mean, Monster and vodka. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Today's show brought to you by vodka.
That's right.
All the shows are brought to you by
vodka. Yeah.
You guys have the words at the bottom.
That's what we should have called our show, Vodka and Gin.
Yeah.
Vodka and Gin.
That's your character names.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
That's how you sign all your high scores now, vodka and gin.
Right on.
DDK.
Okay.
You probably shouldn't do the alcohol when you do a driving game.
What are you talking about? That's the most fun.
That sounds like a great thing. Pit stop 2 with alcohol.
And then Tim could write a sequel called Breathalyzer.
That game's going to end up being something like the
Nightmare Highway.
Oh, Lord. Any more questions from the panel, from the audience? You mentioned what your next game is going to be that's in the can. What was in the can again?
Dungeons.
That's right. With the Dungeons by Karen is in the can. So when is that set to drop?
Next Friday.
And will comments be enabled or to be determined? So.
God willing.
They will be for 5 seconds, and then they'll be turned off for 2.5 minutes, and then they'll be back on for another 10 seconds, and then an hour they'll be off, and then they'll finally stay on. So stick with it, guys.
You know what you might want to do? You might want to publish it first as unlisted or private, and then just kind of let it kind of soak in to the YouTube sphere for a little bit, and once it's like permeated and really stuck to that wall, then make it public, so when you publish it, you've got visibility. So maybe make it unlisted or private or something, so it's there and it's got time to really, whatever that waiting period is, all that fermentation period.
Let your video marinate.
Yeah, let the video marinate for a little bit and then make it public. But that's
any complicated system can always be compared to cooking to meat.
That's it.
I didn't get that out.
You stumbled right through it.
Yeah.
Say goodbye and show us your nuts. Your cocoa nuts. I mean.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, wow.
Have a good one.
Wasn't that
we try to keep the double entendre to Sibling Rivalry.
Yes, right.
Yeah, we do say a lot of that.
Or after dark.
Should I have said cocoa nuts?
Yes. In their case,
so anyway, for everybody listening, watching either live or in the future after the episode's posted, please send suggestions to them for some other games to take on Sibling Rivalry on the various retro consoles they have.
Yeah, they can
You
comment.
can leave that as comments. And Tim, what is your email address in case I want to send you directly?
tlinder@macmess.org.
Macmess?
Macmess.
MACMESS.org.
Just like the venerable old software that I work on.
Yes, so I am putting that in the live chat for people to see.
And I'm on Discord as TimboTech.
TimboTech.
And if you can find a video with comments enabled, we see all those come in on the YouTube interface.
There you
And then you can you can get involved with the votes of whether Tim cheated or not by not telling AJ everything she needs to know about the game.
Yeah, that happened.
Just look up stuff. Tell her that.
Well,
Anyway, a big thank you for the two of you for agreeing to come on. I know it was a bit of a short notice here, and your channel's pretty new, but thought you guys could use the exposure, and it's a fun channel to watch. So,
thanks.
Thank you for having us,
Curtis. You've been a big supporter of us, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
yeah, I even leave comments when I'm allowed to. So
yeah, right.
I love your comment.
Curtis Boyle, he's almost as famous as Ryan Reynolds at this point, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
yeah, it's a neck and neck for who I like more.
In the Canadian.
If only I had looks and talent, that'd be awesome.
Lord, all right.
Well, as Ryan Reynolds taught everybody, looks and talent can come later.
So these episodes will be dropping regularly every Friday. Do you have a certain time you officially drop them, or do you just sometime Friday evening?
Sometime Friday, whenever I get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a sad day when we finally miss one. There was that one time we did Saturday because we had plans.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, if you guys start recording 3 at a time like you have been, that becomes less of an issue because then you can just.
Yeah, it did get better when we started doing 3 because then we can plan it out a little bit. Like I have a vacation coming up this next weekend, so I wouldn't even be here to record. And so we had to do something to have it ready to go.
Yep.
And unfortunately for you, is more pool or
Is what?
more pool games?
No.
Yeah. I'll write one.
Okay.
In Color Basic, I'll write a pool game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that just went right in the pocket.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to your pinball game, though. A CoCo 3 pinball game. I'm holding you to that.
Yeah, that's my dream.
With some vertical hardware scrolling on the CoCo 3, I think that'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been done yet, but it'll be fun to get to.
If you guys do 3 games in a row, do you change your clothes in between so that it looks like they're different?
I mean, if we're going to start showing our face, we're going to have to.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't show your face?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But the deal was when we hit 100, so evidently we did that. So I guess we're going shopping later.
And actually, you guys do show your faces a little bit. Sometimes you can see reflections in the TV. So,
yeah, AJ wants me to start digitizing the console output rather than pointing a camera, but I haven't bothered to get that device.
yeah, I kind of like the rawness of it though, because you can see even you guys tipping back the drinks and the reflection on the TV as you guys are commenting. So,
the happy juice, Curtis, happy juice.
Yeah, happy fuel of gaming.
I think it was like one of the pool games that it was really bad, and we were reviewing it as like, oh my gosh, look how much I'm drinking.
Well, you're up to 103 subscribers now.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, you guys are popular.
So what's going to happen at 200? What's going to happen when you guys hit 200 subscribers?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what are we doing for 100? Oh yeah, we're gonna do faces.
We're gonna do our faces in the corner as we're playing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So this
episode 200 is when you add the breathalyzer to see how you're doing at the end of your.
That's actually there's your competition right there. See who can get the highest blood alcohol rating. This
we can have real time BAC.
I could see that now, just knocking one back. I'm going for the high score.
That's it. Once you get a breathalyzer, that becomes a drinking game, right? So.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't know about that.
I suggest you should call that liver rivalry.
Liver rivalry, but Jim Rice. Oh my goodness.
Gosh, it's hard enough to say.
Good. That was a good one. Yeah.
Especially after the 10th drink. Yeah, that'll be good.
Do a whole bunch of shots and then say liver rivalry 10 times fast, right?
Liver rivalry.
Okay, we just got a new subscriber from OG Hugo. So there you go. You're probably up to 104 now. So boom.
wow.
There goes those numbers.
you,
Keep those
everyone.
numbers going. Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks.
Yeah.
Bring that notification bell.
It's youtube.com/Tim Lindner, right? I'll put that in the live chat too.
I think it's Lindner Tim, isn't it?
Yes, I think you're right, Lindner Tim. Tim Lindner was taken by somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube.com/user/Lindner Tim.
Lindner, Lindner, Tim. Lindner Tim. Try that.
Yeah.
Try that out, kids. That's right. And remember, he's the guy who plays Daggerath like that idiot from the book. So.
Are you going to show that? Right. Can you? I want my sister to see it.
You know what? What I'll do is I'll pull it up manually because it's part of a commercial block, and I couldn't tell you which block that was in. So give me just a minute, and I will do it. I'll find that just for you, Tim. I'll find that. We want to do the original.
Request.
We want to do the original one, right? So that'll be under.
I've done about 3 promos for him.
Bumpers.
Yeah, the original was more natural. The second one was more scripted, I think.
Yeah, that's when it got all commercial.
Did you guys like our promo we did for you?
Oh, loved it. Well, we should mention too the fact that we're seeing you on camera right now, AJ. That's a reveal, right? So even your own fans and public on your own channel have not seen your face yet. So you revealed that on our show. It was a big thing for us, and we appreciate that. All right. So let me
Down the bottom. Oh, that's it.
Okay, so let me bring this over to the screen where you guys can see it too. I'll bring it over here. All right, let's rewind this. This was recorded live at a CoCo Fest, and this is world famous Tim Lindner. Here you go, folks.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggerath like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
Your hair is so short.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Back
Oh my God,
before he had the Fabio haircut there. They had to do.
It's Witcher. It's Witcher.
Yeah, it's Witcher. What I'm going.
Oh,
His
is that what
winter
it is?
coat.
Going for the Geralt of Rivia type thing there?
Yes.
You need to start talking like Batman when you do that, Tim. I'm Geralt of Rivia.
You do.
Yes.
Well, when I let my hair out, I do talk like Batman.
I was going to say Cartman, but okay.
No, ma.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
We actually have a commercial for that too. We have the David Ladd commercial on that one. Let's find the David Ladd Cartman commercial.
Oh no!
That's the bed bumpers.
Oh, where is it? Oh, let's just keep the hits coming. Of course, now I can't find it. Fletcher. Oh, you put me on the spot. We'll find it. It'll show up. I'll find it and I'll get it on there someday. I've got it somewhere. Would it be under D for David Ladd? That's the Floppy Life, Forest of Doom. I don't know.
And David won't tell you. Of course.
No, I mean, I'm looking at all these damn commercials here and I can't find the damn thing. CoCo Forever. Floppy Life, the David Ladd story, Forest of Doom, G-Soft. Oh, I got to send that to Jim Gary, that G-Soft commercial. I forgot about that. I can't find it. I don't know where it is, what it's called. We'll have to wait for that. Another day, another time. We'll have that. All right. Well, if more questions or suggestions come in, if you guys are able to hang out, then we'll keep throwing them your way. Before we get into the game on results, do we want to go ahead and take a commercial break and a potty break? We'll do that.
Need some more.
Okay, and if you guys can hang out, feel free to stay as long as you like. But we'll take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll do some. We'll review the game of the week, and we'll just keep the good times going. Right. All right. So, and we
thanks for coming on.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Have a great time.
Yeah, and we have.
We'll stick around. No,
we have a new commercial we're going to run today from Retro Rewind.
Let me explain how much more show there is.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long is it?
Yeah, you guys were like.
By the time we'll be finished, we'll be caught up to Nick in Australia.
Yeah.
That's what day it is.
I got some Minecrafting to do, so I guess I can't stay.
Yeah, you guys were the appetizer. We still got the main course and the dessert, and then the after dinner cordials to go through. So, yeah. So,
and don't forget the after dinner mint.
Yeah. It's a tiny little thin wafer.
Yes, just a
it's
thin
only
wafer
thin.
Wafer thin.
Better get a bucket.
Yes.
Funny Python.
Okay, so we do have a new commercial we're going to run today too from Retro Rewind CA. And OG Hugo says, thank you, Tim and AJ. Thank you, OG. He's also a new subscriber to you guys, too. All right,
Yay, thank you.
We're going to run a few commercials. We'll be back after these words, kids.
Hi, Retro Tech Heads. Data Soup here. You're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and proudly Patreon sponsored by RetroTechTime.com.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Bolton Aaron, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Karen Hanscom, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, J Style, Ken Reichard, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Mike Rayburn, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
And now, these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please, help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please?
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages, it's expandable, and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
At Gsoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of your color computer art input device being low res? Joey has you covered again. Switch between 3 joysticks or mice. Select the left or right port on your CoCo. No more swapping joystick ports. Switch between standard and high resolution mode. Supports the Tandy and the Max high resolution mode. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gymes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
Yeah, and I'm actually here for once. All right, so we're back. We're getting ready to get into everyone's favorite segment, the Game On results from the game of the week this week. Canadian Retro Things will take us through that. And then we'll probably have some Game On news and so forth. And it's become tradition that we will typically run a CoCo Thoughts right before the results. This week's CoCo Thoughts is not game related or song parody related, but it's still one of the many gems we have. So we'll go ahead and do a CoCo Thoughts, and then we'll check out the results from this week's game.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Some truths are self-evident, such as buzzard bait is far superior to Lancer.
All right, everybody, get ready for Game On results with Ken Waters, a.k.a. Canadian Retro Things. Show us those results, Ken.
Welcome everybody to the results of this week's CoCoTALK Game On Challenge, where we played Skyway. There were a total of 20 players. We had Exile in Paradise with 4,504, Gary D, 6,742, Mark B, 7,277, Gary M, 7,592, Mr. Dave 6309, 7,728. Low Level, 7,826. Marcy, 7,854. Grant B, 10,789. Rich N, 12,012. L. Curtis Boyle, 12,884. Joshua, 13,247. Timbotech, 14,946. Canadian Retro Things, 15,224. Jim Rye, 17,131. 8 Bits in the Basement, 17,382. Sloopy Malibu, 18,748. Tasman, 21,232. Brian Walsh, 25,253. AC's 8-Bit Zone, 39,183. And the number one score this week was David Craker with 555,793.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well, thank you to everybody that played this week, and we will see you next week.
Wow, David, and wasn't David Craker the one who suggested this game too?
He was, so he's had a lot of practice in his childhood.
All right, good
and
job,
also,
David.
I want to add there were 2 late score submissions that didn't make it to the list. There was Pedro Pena with 7,756 and Buck Owens with 12,701.
All right. 20 participants is still pretty good. That's a good week.
Yeah, well, technically 22, but only 20 made it to the list. So, and so I had a look around. Oh, I need somebody to stop sharing so I can
stop
share.
sharing right now.
Had a look around, could not find any reviews of this game or any high scores actually, but David did send me in the right direction for a advertisement for it here. So this is the only thing we could find in Rainbow Magazine, was an advertisement for it on a page here that had a bunch of advertisements.
Maneuver your skycraft along the skyway, avoiding enemy craft, mines, and sky bugs. Jump over holes, but don't run off the edge. We challenge anyone to make it through all 99 levels.
So it does say, 99 levels.
How far did David get? I think he actually just kind of gave up on it after a while.
No, I think he made it to level 54. I've got some footage here that he also sent me. So let's see, there we go. And
I mean, there was more than one level?
Well,
Wow.
so here
Are those
he is,
all his ships there? In the...
Yeah. So there,
Yeah, and that's as many as it can show. He actually
That's
has
as many
more
as
than
it-
that.
Yeah, and it does keep track of all the extra ships.
So you don't lose them.
You don't lose them.
run
They
out of
just
space.
are not shown. So that was him going into level 41. So I guess he makes about another 12 or 13 levels here to get his 555,000.
And then I think he just stopped playing. I
He
think
said
could
it, so
have-
he just responded. He says it took about 5 hours, and then he got tired.
So yeah, it would take about 10 hours of playing to get through all 99 levels. So
wow,
5 hours and got tired, kind of like this show.
It doesn't take me that long to get tired of this show.
and as he was telling me how like the higher levels you get up to, it doesn't change at all. Like the difficulty doesn't ramp up and all that. So it's just basically
It's an
getting tired
endurance
and
test,
slipping
basically, once you get good at it, I guess.
Yeah.
Wear you down.
So that is,
And it's kind of clever how they're doing it, because it's kind of like the same way Zaxxon did. It wasn't really scrolling that much. It was just scrolling the stuff that was on the ground as opposed to scrolling all that other stuff. So it's a smart way to move bits on the screen. And it looks smoother than if they had to like literally shift all those things all the time.
Yeah.
It's a very smooth looking, and I love the isometric look of it. Super cool.
And the jumping aspect is my favorite part, because that's not something you usually see in these
it's a
types
whole
of games.
jump cycle where you got an arc and the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
there were some people during the live broadcast that were saying you should be able to jump on the other ships and destroy them, but yeah, you can't do that.
All right.
It's not Mario.
It's not Mario. Yeah.
Or bump and jump.
Right. There's definitely a Zaxxon vibe to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely took some inspiration from Zaxxon,
Mm-hmm.
I would say. But yeah, so
Is there ever an where you're just like there's no ground and you're just in space, like kind of like Zaxxon, how you have to shoot some
no,
of the ships
you're
out in
you're
space?
driving on the ground. So if you fall off the edge, you're dead.
Oh, okay.
If
So
you-
that's the whole idea. Stay on the skyway.
Yeah. You can
Because-
jump over breaks in the bridge, but that's about
Right.
as far in
so,
space.
So basically, what you're saying is this game has gravity in outer space.
Yes.
Right. And
Yes.
if you fall off the floor, you fall in space.
Yep.
Space gravity.
You just fall forever.
That's cool though.
Or maybe it's over a black hole and you get sucked in.
Oh yeah, that's it.
There we go.
There you go. That's off screen though. That's off screen. To save CPU cycles, it's off screen, but it's there.
It's in the great GPU in your mind.
That's it.
And then
Oh,
the
he's
attack
da-
of the toupees here.
Oh my! Attack of the toupees.
Did Amy and Taylor come up with that, Ken? Or?
No, I came up with that. I can come up with good ones once in a while.
Yeah, they seem to be experts at it.
Were
That was
there any-
awesome how they described space race.
Any Tetris pieces in this game?
There's the posts
Where's-
you have to jump over, little square posts. That's like a Tetris block.
You sure that's not furniture?
Skyway or Nightmare Skyway.
Nightmare Skyway.
Got the start of a new game brewing here, I think.
But yeah, so basically, for tips and tricks on this game, if you approach the edge slowly, you can go out a lot further than if you just get over to it really quickly. So in spots like those where the bugs or toupees or whatever you want to call them, if you ease yourself right over to the edge, you can completely avoid them, not have to shoot any of them.
And basically, my brief playing, it's basically you should memorize the sequence of things because there's only 3 real levels, right? And they're just repeats.
Yeah. So
And
yeah,
then
it's a
timing
lot
your
of
jumps is a
memorization.
big one. Yeah.
I'm not sure how. And David, if you can join us on Zoom, because David Craker's commenting, saying, I really like the title screen and the engine sound effect for this game. And since you got the best score, we really should be hearing it firsthand from you, David, if you can jump on Zoom real quick. But if you can't, my other question is that I like how he's got this CRT on camera, and there's not really a terrible wavy effect. You can see a slow motion line going through it, but he's really captured the CRT on here. Including reflections in the background, but I have not figured out how to get a webcam to properly look at a CRT and have it not look like it's having a seizure or something.
Yeah.
I have
And
no
this
idea
was
how he
under.
did that.
Sorry, this was sold under the bargain part of Atomics, the Novasoft
Yeah.
section, wasn't it?
It
So these
doesn't-
games were about $5 to $10 cheaper than the average Atomics game.
Yeah, it was Novasoft. That ad was for all Novasoft games.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like a bargain game.
Yeah, this one I think could have qualified as a full blown one.
Yeah,
myself.
It's commercial quality for sure.
It does get repetitive after a while, but yeah,
Right.
it's fun. It's definitely challenging to make it past the 3 sectors.
Yeah, no, I didn't play too long, but I played it long enough that I was improving. Like the first couple rounds, I couldn't even make it past level 1 because I haven't played the game in years.
Yeah.
But within half an hour to 45 minutes, by the time I was finishing, I was making it to level 2 regularly, and I think I made level 3 once. So you definitely, once you learn the patterns of when you have to dodge left and right, and when the jumps are coming up, you definitely get better at it.
And if you get a lapse in concentration, then you're on the wrong side to jump onto something, you're hooped.
Yep.
So
But I
yeah,
never filled up the free men like David did on this one. Oh,
No.
David said also he'd love to jump on. He was about to sit down for lunch with his family.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, it's a good looking game. It looks really good.
Yeah, and the author, Roger Smith, he did a ton of games. Like he did a bunch for T&D. I'm not sure how many he did for the big commercial companies, but he had probably a couple dozen games total. And there's some really good unique ones in there. So that's another thing you can mine there, Ken. There's a few other ones by Roger.
Yeah.
He's got some other 3D ones. He's got some 2D ones.
Okay, just got to find the right screen here.
Are we
This is
moving
it.
on to next week's game, or there's more discussion?
No, I'm trying to. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
That's the show within the show.
Yep, that was not what I was looking for.
Just when you can't get enough CoCoTALK, we will live stream CoCoTALK during CoCoTALk. Double your
There we go.
CoCoTALK. Double your fun.
This is the one I'm looking for. So
okay,
here we are with.
And so I see that Mr. Dave was in the live chat, and I want to take a special moment to thank Mr. Dave for suggesting Game On, because he's the one who says you guys should do something with high scores.
Yet he never comes on the actual show.
That's okay. He's a humble person.
He is working hard on getting his game out right now and everything. So
His game is so popular, it's inspired a cheap knockoff. So,
Yep. Really
yeah.
cheap knockoff. That's all I'll say about that.
And not done by Nick Marentes either. So it's a truly cheap knockoff. So, yeah, we had good participation here.
So yeah, we had good participation on the Thursday night show. So we had up to 6 players playing at once. I think that's what we hit it as a maximum, but there were a few people in and out, and yeah.
Who's the one that's playing that game called Yike? Somebody in the top center is playing a game called
Tim,
Yaw
I
Yike.
think that's Timbo. No, that's David Kraker.
Yaw Yike. What is that? What is the?
I
Yaw-
think
is
it's
that
just
what-
reversed.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah. That's the Australian version,
Yeah.
maybe.
I'm not playing dumb. I just am.
And we also had Timbo Tech on the live game this week. So
he's a celebrity. We're really pulling
Yeah.
in the A-listers in this show.
Classing the place up.
Oh yeah.
Also, David mentioned in the chat, he said, I suggested this game because I figured it was a really fun game that didn't get enough attention for how good it is.
Beauty.
So yeah, I know there was a few people that kind of got mad at the game early on because it is, I guess a little fiddly to play. Like you really have to memorize the stuff and everything. And
Yeah, and timing your jumps, that was what was frustrating me. I jump a little too early, or a little too late, and then
very hard to play with a Black Beauty. You got to have a self-centering joystick because moving left to right, if you accidentally just pull back a bit, then you jump. Because of course you don't use the fire button to jump in it, you pull back on the stick. And if you don't have a self-centering joystick, it's really easy to accidentally jump at the wrong time.
Yeah.
I had the best luck with the keyboard joystick on VCC.
Okay. But I don't know. Anybody else have anything
No.
to say about this game?
I wish I had time to play it this week. This week for me was my daughter's spring break, so we spent a lot of time being Uber drivers for a bunch of 13-year-olds. So most of my time and day was being, hauling people around town. But no, I wanted to play the game. I like the look of it. It looks cool. And seeing it being played now, it's got me inspired to want to play it. So.
Have you ever played this one before, Stevie? Or is this
I
new to
don't
you?
remember. Maybe for a minute or two when I was just going through stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I'm getting closer to being able to set up to have things on the bench to be able to do it the whole 9 yards. So yeah, one of the things that's on my to-do list still is the kind of side-by-side comparison of Dungeons of Daggerath, like on a CoCo 1 and a CoCo 3, but with real hardware, but running simultaneously so I can see if there's timing and pitch changes. So that was one of my first projects that inspired me getting stuff out. I got to get that going. And since I have the new SDC image, there's so many games, it's like, oh, you could spend the rest of your life looking at new CoCo, looking at not even new, but it's looking at CoCo games you've never seen before from even back in the day, so yeah, good stuff.
All right. Well, I guess we will move on to next week's game.
Woohoo! The anticipation is killing me.
There we go.
Uh-oh, hold on. I'm trying to soak this in. Don't tell me what this is yet. Let me soak this in.
It's killer monkeys from outer space.
Yeah.
Football.
We got monkeys. We got TIE fighters. We've got Cylon Raiders. What else do we have going on here? We've got...
Sure those aren't yard markers?
Yard markers, yeah.
Does anybody know what this game is?
It looks like it's a quasi 3D type game, even though it's a freeze frame right now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I should know this one, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I have seen it.
And it is not on your website,
No, it's not
Curtis?
yet. It's one of 600 that aren't on my site yet. So.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the title screen.
Ooh. Juno.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, Juno.
It's it's kind of like almost it's cross between Space Invaders and I don't know. You can fly back and forward to bring the guys closer or further away.
The monkeys are worth 247 points.
Kind of random.
Yeah,
completely random numbers.
861 points for that guy. Interesting.
So it is available in all the regular places.
Pirated by Fab2 DD, huh? All right.
And
I guess this means I should get an entry up on the website by the
company.
next week,
The interesting thing is that I think this is the only video game that the company released that did this, but they also released a bunch of accounting programs.
What was the company?
Let me just take a look. I should know this, but I forgot.
Are there more screenshots?
No, that's the only screenshot I have.
So it's that kind of 3D fixed perspective though. Do you just move left and right, or can you kind of
move left and right, and you can move back and forward? But when you move back and forward, you don't move. But the
you're controlling
bad guys,
the speed of them coming
yeah, the bad
you.
guys will either come towards you or away from you.
Okay, so that's like
depending on how you're
adjusting your
moving.
speed. Okay, gotcha.
So
interesting.
Juno is by Federal Hill.
Federal Hill. All right.
Yeah, they made a lot of accounting software. That's what they're
are they located anywhere near Capitol Hill by any chance?
They used to have full page ads in the rainbow for their accounting
I'm
software.
just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Oh Lord. I need a life. It's amazing the things I should be remembering that are important and the useless crap that comes out of my mouth.
Important things like your anniversary.
Well, who? What?
My Social Security? I don't know. I'm just a bill.
I believe it's BR 549.
I thought it was OU812.
OU812. All right. So, all right. So we have Game On News. L. Curtis Boyle, our foreign correspondent.
Yes, we do.
Oh, and Buck Owen says that Juno is a Juno First clone.
Juno First.
Yeah.
Juno?
Yeah, that I have to check
Juno.
into it. I didn't recognize it as an arcade game, so that's an
I
arcade game
thought
I've
it
not
was.
seen.
Hmm.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, so the first thing that I'll be talking about here is I've actually finally done some updates to my games page. Unfortunately, Juno is not one of them, so I'll have to do that this week.
You need to get that up there, Juno. Oh, what is this crap?
0.0.
So I quickly hacked up a page here, put slathering praise on Nick and, the typical stuff. But that obviously he's released his game 0 Hour this past week and started selling it. You can order the CD version. You can get the digital download only version, or if you order the CD version, he will send you the digital download, so you don't have to wait for the CD to show up to play it.
I prefer the analog download if possible.
Yeah. And I also put a direct link to his order page, which I'll switch to now. So you can see what a professional web page looks like, unlike mine.
Nick Marentes. That's on www.crikey.com, right? So.
Crikey.com.
Crikey.com.
And we will be having this as a Game On challenge in a few weeks. Or a number of, I haven't decided on a week when we're going to have it yet, but
yeah, have to let it sell some more copies first. I think here.
We'll give some time for people to buy it, and then we'll have it as a Game On challenge. Even though there's no score in it.
I'm surprised having his photograph there has not hurt sales by any means. So.
Yeah. That's why I put it near the bottom of the page.
Right.
I guess as a Game On challenge, we can go by who can complete the game with the
most amount of time left.
Most time
on
remaining.
the timer, yeah.
Or even just completing. Oh, Jim Ryan wants to know if it's available on punch cards.
And that's when Nick sends you the flip it cartoon version of it.
Is there like it'd be really cool if you could dial up and you had a recording of it that you could just play the recording and like download it like you're doing a C Load M and just there you go. There's your analog download.
We tried that live in the show once, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So I don't know, Nick, if you wanted to, do any final plug for the game here. I will mention one thing that's not mentioned on this little blurb here. It says it has 2 channel sound effects, 16 color 225 graphics, supports 609 CPU if detected, runs about 10% faster if it does. 512K and a joystick required. One late addition is it actually supports 2-button joysticks, which I find much easier to control. You're between throwing an EMF and jumping and stuff. So,
EMF?
Nick, any comments on it?
Yeah, the 2-button joystick support was put in late. Normally you would just joystick down to throw an EMF bomb, but certain people couldn't handle that. So,
like me. I'll be first to admit.
So they said just support the second button. I thought, all right. I just wanted the pure 1-button joystick, but
like Apple.
Anyway,
Apple doesn't need more than 1 button on their mice, so
yeah, that's right.
Except they do.
So they both still work. You just
both still
have the
work.
option.
Yeah. So depending on which one you prefer. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can use skill or you can press a button.
You can play stupid or you can press the button.
And I highly recommend it. The joystick's got to at least be self-centering. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Well, a lot of games are not very good with a free-floating Black Beauty anyway. So,
yeah.
And I've seen reports in the wild already from people that have bought the game the past week here and played it that at least 2 people I know of have actually completed it.
I think Paul Thayer was one of them.
Yeah, it
and
shouldn't
Buck
be a
Owens.
hard one to complete. I purposely made this game easier. So everyone should be able to get to this. You just need a little bit of patience. So, sorry.
And you have to
Steve.
kind of figure out certain levels, like what's the best way to do it. And
Yeah. So it's not really a super gamers. You got to be a master to play it. Because like I said last week, it just got annoying that you spend all this time trying to create a game and get some great final levels, and then you find out later that most people never got to see them anyway. So I made sure that at least people could see them.
You know,
Yeah.
that's a whole secondary market. You can sell the game for so much, and then for a little bit more, they can buy the cheat code from you, Nick. So you can milk more. You can milk more money from your customers.
Or the player's guide.
Yeah, the strategy guide. The game is $10 and the book is $50.
Strategy guide will have one page. Poke this,
yeah,
and
right.
this.
That's right. Here's all your
Here's
cheat
your
pokes.
strategy.
Here's your
That's
cheat
right.
pokes.
It's an experience game.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll see how we go. I haven't heard too much feedback yet. It's a bit too young, but we'll see what people.
Yeah, you've heard
say,
some. I know Paul had mentioned to me that he had a bit of a beef with one level that he was sent off to you. So.
Oh yeah, which level was that?
The one I call Snot Curtain. I can't remember what you call it.
Oh, that one's a good one. I like that one.
Snot Curtain.
Yeah.
Hey, not only Amy and Taylor can make up weird names for some of the games.
Right.
So.
And
Now, Nick, do you know, has anybody received the CD version of it yet, just to see what the packaging and stuff looks like?
I don't know of anyone. I checked on the CD manufacturer's website, and apparently all the orders have been shipped. So
They should be starting to trickle in pretty quick.
Yeah. So, and because they're in the US, it should only be, within a week.
Within a week, yeah. It's pretty
I
quick.
assume in the US. Anyone overseas like me, I'll probably have to wait another 2-3 weeks before I see what the heck I've been selling to everyone.
Right. I think they've got distributed manufacturing now, so I'm sure there's regional.
I don't think so.
facilities.
Not
No?
with this company. No,
Interesting.
It is a 2-3 week wait for me.
Crikey.
Yeah. Which is annoying because I release the CD, and I generally prefer to see a finished product before I tell the world. But yeah, waiting another 2-3 weeks, if it gets here because of COVID, I don't know what the postal service is like. I just thought, well, let's see how it goes. I was pretty sure it should all be okay, but if there's any problems, let me know.
Well, let's be honest, Nick. You actually wanted to get your Lamborghini that much faster. You just didn't have the patience.
Lamborghini now, is it?
Lambos.
And this will play
Oh, great.
in an emulator, right? Too, because we did have one comment
Yeah,
from somebody
yeah, it
who
does.
did not have 512K.
Yeah,
It works fine in MAME. It works fine in VCC, and it works fine in XROAR. So
there you go.
Yeah, I haven't tried XRAW, so yeah, it should do.
All the major emulator support.
Yeah.
So if
available
anyway,
now, so you guys can.
So
get
you
a shot.
can purchase
now.
the physical copy, and then you mentioned that you'll get the digital download when you.
Everyone
do that.
gets a digital. So everyone who's bought it, the CD even, have got a copy of the game.
Yes.
Already. So yeah.
You don't have to wait that 2 to 3
It's
weeks
really,
or whatever.
the
it is.
CD is for the collectors, the ones
Yep.
who want to hang it up on the wall and stare at it and evangelize it and
Yeah.
say how wonderful Nick is.
It also makes
Or alternatively, play darts. But go
It's
ahead.
That's right.
Also,
So
when
we
you,
haven't sold any yet. But
when you put it in your car, it's really good road trip music. So.
Personally, I like the compressed version best.
Yeah.
Or punk rockish.
Cool.
sounding.
Congratulations on another great, successful program and release and launch there, Mr. Marantis.
Indeed.
yeah, now we got to do another one.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you: are you taking a bit of a break, or are you already started your future
a
domination of the
semi-break.
world plans, or what?
You know what I think? You know what I think is really missing? Here's just an idea for a new project. Anything involving Teletubbies, I think there's going to be a huge market for that. So if you could manage to come up with an idea.
Shoot that purple little.
No.
Oh, give me my dear gun.
So I am working on an idea. I'm not coming
take care
around
of
to your
Barney.
place, Patrick. Yeah, so I am working on another idea. It's not cemented yet, and it's only it's a CoCo 2 one. So I'm doing something simpler. Yeah, I'm going back to a semi-graphics game.
I was just going to say, I would like to see a P Mode 4 or even a P Mode 3 because I know you love that. I know you love that white border and especially those green backgrounds.
Yeah, I know. That's what turned me off. I did think of that. I thought I haven't done a P Mode. Well, I have done. My first game was a P Mode 3. My second game, rather.
You've never done an artifacted P
You've
Mode
never
4
done an
game, have you?
artifact game before. That would be interesting to see.
certainly not. Yeah, no P mode 4. But I look at it and I just get cheesed off. So
Okay.
I'm going back to a semi-graphics one.
All right.
I won't say anything yet because I'm still playing around with the
The planning
ideas and all
phase.
that.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know yet, but it's going to be a bit. Not going to take as long. I need some. It's a semi-break.
Right.
Scaled down project.
So there's
Got
a
question from OG Hugo in the chat. He's asking, "Hey Nick, can I get one signed?"
Well, the CDs are made by another company in the US, so I don't have access to the CDs.
So to do that, you'd have to order it yourself, sign it, and then
I'd
mail
have
it
to
again.
order it myself.
No, you just need to
repost it.
You got to pay international postage twice. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
you have to bump the price up.
You just need this.
Gone.
You just need the slip sheets that go inside. You sign that and mail it to them for money, and
yeah, I guess so.
Put it in their thing.
You could.
That's how you sign guitars nowadays.
Yeah, you could do a digital autograph that's in the paperwork. It's not quite the same, but
you can make an NFT out of your signature.
Oh, there you go. The Nick Barantes NFT. I like it. I'd get
All
one.
right.
Anyway, it's a really good game. If you guys have CoCo 3s or emulators that you want to play it with, it's a lot of fun. And as Nick has mentioned, he's actually designed it this time so that even if you're not the greatest game player in the world, you can see 12 of the 13 levels, no problem at all. You don't have to earn your way to each one. You can just pick one, and if you don't like that one, you can just exit the room and go on to the next one type thing, so you can actually see them all. And they're all unique. That's one big thing. I wrote about that on my version of the page, kind of describing the game, is that each one, I mean, there's common gameplay elements. There's things you're doing that the same between each screen, but there's different mini games in each, so it's a different gameplay experience for each. There's always something new to fiddle with.
Yeah, they all have that basic, platform, jump around element to it. I mean, it is largely a platform, arcade-ish sort of game, I guess. But yeah, a lot of the screens have a bit of a puzzle. Not all of them, but some of them have a puzzle element. So
some of them have different arcade elements with quite different gameplay.
Sort of varies, yeah. So it's a bit of variety.
As I wrote it on my page, I think I said it's a bit of a break of what you normally have done.
Yeah,
where you have a general thing like I've got to shoot things, and then each level you just add more stuff to shoot or different things to shoot. Whereas in this case, sometimes you're trying to solve puzzles, sometimes you're playing a waterfall style game, other times you're playing something with transporter tubes and anti-gravity, all kinds of stuff. Like there's a bunch of different ways that you have to play. Like it's not all the same. It's not repetition with just new monsters added on type thing.
And the instructions I wrote does sort of describe each level a one sentence description. I don't try to say too much. I do leave it for the player to work out what to do, but yeah, I just give a one sentence description of what the level is, and then the player has to work it out for the rest of it.
Nick, how do you figure that it's 512K needed? Is it load a lot of the game into memory, or
it loads? Yeah, it loads the entire game in, and it loads just over 300K actually. So that's how I say it's got to be 512K.
All right, so if you had a 128K,
it won't work. No, there's
just no way it could happen. Huh?
No, it does need the extra space. Yeah.
Okay.
And I figured most people have 512 anyway, so.
Well, not everybody, because we already had one person in chat says that they don't have 512 yet, so they can't play it at this point.
And right now we have a kind of a limited source on that too.
Yeah.
We had more sources for memory in the past, so.
Is there any way that you could make it work in a 128K, like for?
Well, not
could
really.
You make it?
Not really, because when you consider the game, 64K is gone. That's the main 6809 address space. That leaves you another 64K. Now the screens is double buffered, and there's two of them, and they're 24K each. So it does
and digitize sound effects and
digitize sound effects. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah.
And even if you could do it, that would be a whole nother game that you didn't write while you.
Oh, Karen has
this.
memory.
Hey,
Karen 60 says I have. He has a couple of 512 boards.
Ah,
He's in
there
the
you
UK.
go. See?
There you go. So yeah,
I'm assuming Cloud9 might still have some too, but voice and text pretty well gone. Mark, is there any further on the 2 meg upgrades?
Oh,
Or is Mark still here?
We lost Mark. He had a power supply failure, he said.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anyway,
that's cool. Congratulations, Nick. I'm looking forward to getting that. And I still think too. I'd like to when I order some, I'm going to order an extra copy that we can give away on the air to somebody.
and don't forget Frank's going to be buying a copy to give away too. So there'll be two giveaways.
We have to figure out how to do that, but that's fine.
Does
official.
Frank have 512K memory boards yet?
I don't know. Somebody go to retrowine.ca and see that. And by the way, we ran that commercial, but there's if you're listening to this later, what you couldn't hear in the commercial was the promo code because there's no voiceover. So if you go to retrorewind.ca and you use promo code CoCoTALK, you get 10% off your order. And he's got more than just CoCo stuff. As a matter of fact, CoCo stuff is new to his offering. So he's got stuff for all types of retro systems out there.
Amigas, Commodore 64s, VIC-20s.
But that is a source now to get a CoCo SDC with a 3D printed case and a fully loaded SD card full of CoCo goodies. So
yeah, there's cap replacement kits. He's got a diagnostic ROM cart that's pretty new.
Yeah, and I just went to their hardware for the CoCo, and currently it's the SDC, the 6309, and then of course the 6309 install are the only three things listed on the site.
Service itself. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, because he actually will do the upgrades for. He's located in Canada, so if you're in Canada and you want to get an upgrade done and you don't have the soldering skills to do it, like say me, then you can get it done there. But he accepts orders from all over Europe and the States. This is his full-time job. It's not a side hobby for him.
Right. All right. Cool. Congratulations. So what's next?
All right.
Okay, next up, I actually, because I did the 0 Hour webpage finally, to kind of coincide with the release of 0 Hour, I decided to catch up some other ones I've been promising for weeks and weeks, including one written by a guest here. So we'll do his first. Rick Hewlin might recognize this.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yes. I've seen that before. Poor timing, but hey, here we go.
So what is the story behind this one? Because I think you wrote it quite a while ago. Did you actually sell it? Because I was going through old ads for Connect and I never saw it advertised, so I'm not sure.
No, before I even started Connect, I wrote this as I used to write, stuff in just basic for fun. And this was like the last thing I ever wrote for fun. And then I moved on to OS 9 and got interested in doing,
No more fun?
Yeah, no more fun. Yeah, no, I got interested in serious computing and actually producing things with my work. And so spending, 3 weeks or a month writing a game that I wasn't going to sell and I didn't have a market and there was no easy way to make a market at that time. I think I eventually gave this away at a CoCo Fest one year and it,
I think that's where I found it.
A few people probably had one. I didn't realize at the time you couldn't actually win the game. So when Curtis brought it up, I finished it so it actually could be won and made an editor so I could actually test it because, Risk is a board game. It's a little hard to set up. You can't just... In any case, by having an editor, I could set up a game to start and just drop in at any point in any situation and make sure the code works and blah, blah, blah. And that turned out to be probably more fun than playing the game start to end, is you can make it some funky situation and try to fight your way out of it. So anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice 16 color rendition of the board game Risk, which is where the at-risk comes from.
Mm-hmm.
3 to 6 human players. You have the save game functionality and reload the game where you left off type thing, which is nice. It's a little slow, but it's written totally in BASIC, no ML subroutines or anything, but quite playable. I mean, as you can see from the screenshots, I actually did play it for a little bit.
Yeah, looks good.
So anyway, it's available for download on my site. I got word from Gleam this morning that he's approved it on the Color Computer Archive, so it should be up there now as well. So if you want to give history there.
And this is just basic. So if you need to steal some dice roll routines or something, there you go.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say there's a handful of R&D 6s in there.
You must be a hardware hacker or something, Steve, to figure that out.
I actually pulled a fast one though. You have to. The dice starts rolling, and you have to click when you want it to stop, and then it rolls one more time. So you can't say, okay, it's always going to start with a 4.
Right.
Because
you don't have to worry about the seed. You don't have to worry about that timer-based seed or anything. So, cool.
Yeah. So that's the first. So the other 2 updates that into my page is I added 2 other games that were written by an old roommate of mine back from the 80s. Now, he originally started off at Atari 2600, and then he got into TI 994A briefly. He did not have extended basic 4, so he's quite limited to what he could do with it. And then he ended up getting a CoCo 2, and he got lucky. He got a CoCo 2B right when they first came out, just totally by fluke. So he ended up writing some games, and there's a few ones that he never completed. One was called Dragon Chess, which is kind of a 3D chess game. It's probably about 2/3 complete. And then he started his first machine language game, which he was calling Spy Chaser, which was going to be a clone of Spy Hunter. But all he got done there was the animated intro screen. So those probably will never get finished. But he also did a couple others that are based on, I don't know how many of you are familiar with these, but back in the 79 and 1980, 81, there was a series of 4 games called the Galactic Saga. Those started being sold by Venture International, and then they were eventually taken up by Broderbund to finish off the series. And they were for the TRS-80 Model 1-3, they were for the Atari 400-800, they were for the Apple II Pluses, which is where I played them back in the day. And they're basically sort of a space war trading simulation style game. So what he did is he created 2 complete games out of that. He had a third one, which is kind of a prequel to the third one that he ended up finishing. But it's so close to being the same game. He just tweaked a few things here and there. So I'm not going to upload that one because it's basically the same game with slightly different graphics. But the first one he did is called Galactic Conquest. So this is loosely based on the original Galactic Saga series, and it's also somewhat based on an old game, and I can't remember if it's Chromaset or T&D, but it's called Stellar Empires. And this is basically what the game looks like. It's got an ML routine for drawing the text characters, which actually lets you do change working area windowing stuff too. So there's also some character string codes you can use to do inverse video, turn the cursor on and off, that type of thing. But if you do a couple of pokes, and I actually have at the bottom here, you can, on both of them, you can actually download documentation if you want to use this routine in your own programs for CoCo 1 and 2 Basic. But basically, it's a character generated, nice pre-bolded font, so it shows up well even with artifacting.
Yeah.
It has mixed upper and lowercase, although he's not using that too much here, except I think on the map level here. And it does a 32 by 24 screen, so you actually get more text on the screen. Actually, about 50% more. You get 768 characters. And then you get, like I said, with these pokes, you can change the upper left corner and the width and the height of the window it prints in. So all scrolling and clear screening and all that kind of stuff fits within the window. So you can actually control. It's kind of like what you're doing with your adventure game you're doing in Quick Basic there, Steve,
yeah.
Where you can kind of control that. And there's just tons of options of different submenus and menus you can go through here. So that's the first one. And like I said, loosely based on the series, the original series from Broderbund. The second one, which I also released for upload, and these once again should be printing the archive soon if they're not already, is Galactic Revolution. Now this one he actually made officially a clone of, well, unofficially technically, but it's an official trying to clone the third part of the Galactic Saga series. So out of the 4-part series, I think the last one was called Tuala's Wrath Last Redoubt or something like that. But this is one that actually is very heavily based on the original Apple II TRS-80 Model 1-3 / Atari 400-800 game. And he actually kind of mentions that here. It's part 3 of the Galactic Saga. So that was kind of what he was shooting for there. And this one gets a bit fancier because you have things like bar graphs and you're having to do all these different things. It's kind of fun too because it actually gets pretty extravagant in what it's keeping track of. You have other computer-controlled players that are considered smart players, plus you have independent planets that kind of do their own battles on their own, but they're not trying to take over the whole galaxy type thing, like these other big guys are. And both of his games also allow game load and save, just like Rick's At Risk does. But you have to worry about like morale of troops and what kind of troops you've got, and then you're taxing people and stuff here, and you can do blockades and military attacks, and you get the live results here. You also send your ships between planets, and the further a planet is away, the longer it takes the fleet to get there. So if you've manufactured some ships and stuff to go attack, you can actually send them from 2 separate planets to start with at different distances. And if you time it right, they'll arrive at the planet at the same time, combine into one huge fleet to start attacking. So that's definitely a strategy to use. You might, send one that takes 5 turns to get to, and the other one only takes 2. So you build up your first fleet, send it off 5 turns early. 3 turns later, you send off another fleet from this other planet, and then they converge into one big attack. So if you're into the space trading strategy games, I guess Zone Runner is probably the closest thing I can think of off the top of my head. This is a lot more intricate than Zone Runner. There's a lot more to keep track of. So if you're into this type of strategy simulation style game, I think you'd really like this one. Now, this was both of these were unreleased. James just gave them out to a couple people locally here at Color Computer Club back in 85, 86, I think it was early 86, before the CoCo 3 came out. So I don't know how extensively they've been tested. So if you guys find bugs, report them to me. I'll have to see if I can figure out what's going on. It's not my code, so I probably won't be super familiar with it. James is still around, though he hasn't touched CoCo stuff in probably 30 years or 25 years now, so I don't know if he'd want to go in and fix stuff. And also, if you want to grab that character generating machine language routine here, the instructions and what you can do with it, I've got on the website.
Is that his own, or is that a third party thing?
I think it was his own, but I'm not positive, and he couldn't remember when I asked him.
Okay.
So, but I did disassemble it locally here just to figure out what the different character string commands were and how that window system thing works, so you can restrict the output. But
okay,
nice little routine. But anyway, if you're into strategy games, that's a great one to get into. So anyway, all 3 of those are available on my site. You can download them there now. You can download them off the archive. You can get descriptions, screenshots on my site too, and a little bit of history of the game. If you really want to get into it, though, the Manual for Galactic Revolution, the broader version, basically would cover this game. The commands are pretty well the same. The strategies in the gameplay is the same. So if you need to find a manual for this one in particular, you can just go grab the Atari, the TRS-80 Model 1.3, or the Apple II version. Next up after that, Persrat released another updated version of Mire Mare 2. So this one here adds in a new ability that was new to Mire Mare that's not in previous AGD engines, where you can actually have sprites go behind objects, which is not something that was shown before. So this download has that, also has the ability to abort the music while it's playing. And you actually got a video released here, so I can kind of show that effect. So let me fast forward about 40 seconds, roughly. And if you watch the player shape here, you'll see it going behind some of these stone walls.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He looks so much like the guy in Knight's Lore. This actually looks really good, this monochrome,
Yeah. It reminds me of like some of the old classic Mac games, kind of.
Excuse me.
I won't play the whole video here, but for those who want to kind of see that new engine in effect there, so the updated version of this, I should say, is available in the World of Dragon archive. I'm assuming he'll get it up to the Color Computer archive as well at some point.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. You go ahead and finish, and then I want to talk about.
I was just going to say this also has the new music routine, because I think when he did the original music routine, you couldn't break out of it till it was done, and now you can actually just abort it anytime by hitting a key, so you can. You can listen to it on the menu if you want, and then you can actually get into the gameplay itself.
When you were showing some of these AGD games with the MSX2 board, I was commenting on how the colors seem a little bit different than what we're used to seeing, like on CoCo 3 RGB stuff. And there was this one color in particular, it was like very much like a violet type color that you not a typical color you used to see. But it seems like that color is common to that TI chipset, because I noticed some games on the TI-99 that had that same color, and even on the ColecoVision, they used that same TI sprite chip. That just seemed to be one of their 16 colors. It was just not a normal true blue, true burgundy type thing. It was a very violet-y type color that to me just kind of stood out. And I guess that's something that is kind of indicative of that particular chip. It's just one of those standard 16 colors you get from it or something. So
yeah, it's kind of like the VDG chip that we have in the CoCo, which has a very unique color set that Nick absolutely enforced. But mind you, the VDG was actually created 2 years before the CoCo came out. I mean, that chip was actually done in '78. So
we've got to believe those garish, awful colors that they used weren't their choice. That's what they could get out of the hardware that they could develop at the time. So,
Yeah.
Blue's a little funky. Well,
No,
blue.
it wasn't bad. It was just uncommon from the stuff I remember seeing on my 8-bit system.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't so much. The colors were okay because they had the primaries. They had red, green, blue,
Yeah.
and then you had like yellow and white and orange, purplish, magenta, cyan, sort of light blue, black. It was the combination of which ones they used in which modes that was a bit more annoying. Like the pastel set is really not that good for many games.
Right.
They just which colors were in which color set. The color sets could have been rearranged, I think, a lot better than they were. As Nick said, having black along with white and some colors would have been, a bit better on quite a few games. So we did it with artifacting, but if you had the PAL version, or if you wanted colors other than orange / red and blue, you couldn't do it. So.
Right. If either of those modes even just let you like change the palette on just the background color, where you could have a true black and then 3 different real foreground colors, that would have been nice too.
Yeah. The memory map would have been exactly the same as it is now. And you could if you could have picked from the 9 available colors, or 12 if you include the color set alternate orange and reds, you could have made games that look pretty cool.
For 1978, it was a pretty good chip for 1978. And it was probably pretty good up till 82, 83. After that, it started really looking behind compared to what
and the
everyone else
T1,
was
it
doing.
added the border colored, added lowercase inverse video, but that's not enough to.
They really needed to upgrade the colors there.
And they didn't upgrade the graphics side at all. That was just the text
No.
side they upgraded. So.
Okay, now that's neat. That is really neat. I like the way that guy looks.
Yeah.
His little
So a
explorer
suggestion
hat.
for Ken, I would like to, now that Pear's even updated this even more, I would like this to be a future, not too far in the future game for the Game On Challenge.
It's in the works on the list. It's coming up very soon.
Okay, cool.
Beautiful. Beautymus. Rick Adams.
Now, speaking of games, we've got Rick Adams, famous author of Bomb Threat, Shanghai, and Temple of Ram, and Temple of Ram 2, and Omni Star.
Star. Oh, yeah.
Have I forgotten any?
The Nightmare Highway song.
Yep. So he's actually working, and this is kind of a challenge. He's been doing a lot of basic stuff lately because he hasn't really touched basic in decades, as he put it, and he's actually cranked out a few things now, like the Wordle clone, CoCoTALK. So here he was working on it. It's kind of a little bit roguelike style game. But this is based on him writing his own random maze generator, and he figured out how to do that. He hadn't really done that before. And it's a work in progress. You can go to his GitHub and see what the current state is. And this is a screenshot. So right now you can run around this randomly generated maze and pick up objects, like it says found sword in the lower right corner there. You can pick up gold, and he's adding in monsters and stuff and making it into an actual game. But it's pretty cool. It's kind of almost got me hankering to go back and do some basic stuff. Though I don't think I'd go back before Basic 09 myself, but rather than just doing solid assembly or C stuff all the time.
Retro Rick has been doing a lot of maze algorithm stuff that he's been providing the source code to for a while now. I know everybody's going to do their own thing, but if somebody's just looking for maze generation code, this is not the only source out there too. So there are other sources. Rick Kelly is his name on Facebook, Retro Rick, and he's been tweaking maze algorithms for a while that you can output to different modes graphically and stuff like that. So, but it's cool to see other people taking up the gauntlet and just hold my bear. Let me see what I can do with it.
Yeah, there's different types of maze generation too. Like this one actually just creates like a 2-dimensional grid of hallways, whereas something like Rogue creates rooms. So there's actually
right.
There's always connecting them, but the rooms themselves are randomized in size and stuff too, where the doors are, etc. So, but we'll be keeping an eye on that to see what this turns into.
We'll watch his career with great interest.
Yeah. This next one here by Dan Larson, he uploaded a short text-based game. I'm assuming it's an adventure-style game, though I haven't played it yet. But it's based on Freddy Krueger of the Nightmare on Elm Street series, which you can kind of guess once you see this.
You've managed to live through another dream.
And I'm a big fan of the Nightmare on Elm Street, especially the first movie. That was one of the first horror movies I actually liked. So I'll have to give this one a shot here, but this is available for download on Facebook. I don't know if he's uploaded this to the Color Computer Archive. I don't know too much else about the game, but definitely worth, I think, taking a look at, because it's another one of these long lost games. Like you said, he wrote this many years ago. And it's kind of like the games I got from James and from Rick.
Right.
These games have been sitting around for almost 20 to 30 years and have never seen the public before, and now we're actually getting these. Next up, we have an update from Gwyn himself, where before we've talked about he's got his Play Now option on the Color Computer Archive on cassette images of programs where you can just click Play Now. It'll fire up XROR in your browser. You can run it right there. You don't have to install an emulator. You don't have to have real hardware, whatever. He's now started expanding that to the disk section so you can play disk-based games, or disk-based programs for that matter. Right now, he's currently got the education and the game sections up. He's got some screenshots here playing like Space Quest and Cronus Rift and Donkey Kong from Sockmaster. So now you can play disk-based games right online within your browser. I haven't tried this personally, like on an iPad or on any other tablet or phone or something, to see how well that would work for some of the games. It might work well for some and not others, but it's nice for getting the disk options now, because before it was limited cassette for cartridge. And to be honest, most games, decent ones and most newer ones, are all based on disk because they need more than one file.
Right.
Like, for example, Zero Hour would be a perfect example of that. Though Zero Hour will not be showing up on the archive anytime soon.
It will
At
be
least Nick hopes
available
not.
on ROM cartridge in the near future, though, I understand.
Oh, yeah. Right, Nick?
Well, it already is. If you have an SDC, everything's on a ROM cartridge.
Boom. All right.
Boom, chaka chaka.
Richard Kelly.
Now you're mentioning Richard Kelly here,
yes,
so
Retro Rick.
Now this one, I'm not quite sure the history. Like, I read through this, and basically Monkey Shine 1.00. Now it's based on a combination of two games from the Atari 2600. One called Coconuts, which it's visually based on, and then an actual gameplay is more based on a game called Egomania, which itself was based somewhat on Monkey Shines with some added gameplay. So he kind of goes through and explains a bit of the game here, but then he mentions that it's actually from T&D Software issue number 63, one of the cassette-based CoCo magazines. So I'm not sure if he wrote this or it was just a game he liked and he's uploaded separately. Like, I know all the T&D tapes, or most of them anyway, are available in the archive where you can get the entire issue with every program that's on them, because they had utilities and tutorials and business programs and games and all kinds of stuff, and mixture of machine language and basic. So I'm not sure what the original story of this is. It does sound like an interesting game. I have played, I think it was Egomania, I played a couple times in the emulator way back, so I'm vaguely familiar with it. But definitely have to give that one a shot. Anyway, it's available for download right now on the archive, or on the Facebook CoCo group. This one we already showed. I had this up just in case Ken didn't have it handy. This is David Craker's, monster score.
David, you must share with us how you're doing this with getting this recorded. I don't know if it's a phone or a webcam, but the fact that we can see the scan lines and we're not getting the overscan waviness of the, the monitor cycle versus digital camera cycle. I would love to know how you did that. Looks really good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the best I think I've seen for an actual live, filming the screen type thing. Most of the time you get that really dark, the scan line going up
dark
half a
band,
screen.
yeah. And then the other problem you have too, like I tried doing this one time. I wanted to do a video of Arkanoid by putting a webcam, putting it at the CM8, but the curvature of the CRT also screws with the pattern. Do you know how there's like a pattern effect of the stuff? Yeah, and then that gets kind of screwed up looking on how it looks on the camera. It looks odd too. So it's just this has always been the holy grail for me, to try to create what old games look like on a CRT, and to be able to do it from the surface of the CRT would be awesome. To do it clearly and reliably. And you always have to worry
Ken,
about...
I know you, and we'll come up with this in the regular news here shortly, but Ken, you did a video on the video capture hardware you're using to capture off a variety of your old 8-bit machines through the RF coax style thing, and that's not quite the same either. Like Stevie said, watching it on a real CRT is a little bit different. Yeah, because it doesn't force the flatness. And
yeah, cool. So we want to go ahead and just roll straight into newsy?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so let me just do the intro real quick. If you want to start sharing your news, I'll get to the segment. So when I say take it away, Curtis, you can do that.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, take it away, El Curtis. So David answered by saying that was shot with my iPhone XR camera.
Okay.
Okay. Keep the camera further from the CRT monitor and zoom in. This keeps the curves as less noticeable. With my new camera that I got though, that Logitech Brio, there are some really neat settings I can get with that. I haven't tried it on that one yet, so that might be another thing. Robert Sieg has been, I've been following him. He's really excited about the CoCo 3 composite artifact possibilities, right? So he's...
Yeah, and this is something, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to really follow up on this as much as I should have to really get on top of it. So he's taking some really high color pictures and he's using the composite artifacting, which is sometimes referred to as the 256 color mode. Now, is he basically doing the same thing Stockmaster John Kowalski did last year? Because we went through this with John. Or is he doing something a little different?
I'm not sure what he's doing, but I know this is his voyage of discovery and experimentation, and I couldn't tell you all the science behind it, but I just been seeing some of the posts, and I just think it looks really cool and it looks good.
Yeah, because here's like, so he did an old method and he kind of fine-tuned the algorithm a bit, so it looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah,
doesn't
that
have
is
those vertical
freaking
bands.
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And this reminds me of what John was doing, I think, about a year ago.
Now, now here's a dumb question, but I think the CoCo 3's composite output is consistent, unlike the CoCo 2 where you had to do the reset. So we don't have to worry about you possibly getting the wrong phase on this on the CoCo 3, right? It's always the composite out will always be the same, right?
Well, NTSC is called never the same color twice, right?
But the CoCo 2 you had to hit reset if the red and blue weren't correct, whereas the CoCo 3 fixed that. It's not.
Yeah, no, it's consistent. Your color burst was consistent,
okay, so
but your tint controls, etc., or how the CRT was tuned, like whether it was a TV or a composite monitor.
But I mean, I think we answered the question. If the phase is consistent, you're not going to get a random chance on what the artifact output's going to be.
No, but you won't get exactly the same between every TV ad.
Right. Well, that's on the TV at that point.
It's not like digital, like it's analog.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You're setting the hue or tint control could change your colors from purple to green type thing, if you cranked it too far. So.
And of course, this is for static images. You wouldn't want to animate it.
Yeah, this would be more like a graphical adventure game
or the high color viewer type thing, right? So
yeah,
it's beautiful though.
Yeah, he's done a really good job, and considering he's doing it independently, I mean, we all know how smart John is with this type of calculation there. I'm doing high color back.
And Karen just brought up a good point here too. Said he'd love to see downloads for these so he can test it on XRoar to make sure he's got his artifact emulation working properly.
I don't know if he's uploaded it yet because I see it's still a work in progress. Like he's done multiple posts during the week as he's been kind of experimenting with the algorithm. So I imagine he will upload it later because I mean Robert's always uploaded his stuff to the MC10 group when he's doing MC10 stuff.
Man, cool. I love that this guy's just always messing with stuff and just coming up with something new.
Yeah. Next one, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Gustavo Schonecker.
Schonecker, yeah, it looks good enough. Gustavo, you got right. Last name's open to interpretation there, right? Schonecker, tomato.
Yeah. At any rate, he posted onto the CoCo Facebook group a link to his GitHub with the source code for it. And this is an Arduino-based USB joystick converter, which will handle 2 joysticks at once, and it also actually will auto-detect if a USB joystick is actually plugged in. And it'll kind of like warn you, I guess, if it's not. Now, I'm not quite sure here if this is meant only for emulators so that you can plug it into VCC or MAME or XOR and use it as a joystick, or if it's also going to work on real hardware. I'm kind of gathering from looking at some of the comments that it sounds like it's for the emulators only. But
because you're going to USB. CoCo doesn't have USB.
Yeah, but it's an Arduino-based board you plug in the joysticks into, so technically you could use that to translate it, like some other projects have done. So that's where I'm not sure how this works.
Okay.
But anyway, the auto detection to see whether you actually have a joystick, he's actually measuring the how does he word it here? The joystick is inverted. The 20K pull-up resistor splits the voltage with the 50K equivalent from the potentiometers, and you get it 0. But if there's no joystick, it'll get the 1 from the pull-up. Now, Rick or some of the hardware guys here can better explain exactly what the heck that means. But it sounds like there's a way in hardware to detect whether something's actually plugged into the port or not.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because a CoCo joystick actually pulls the line to 0 or to 5 volts. There is no floats. So yeah, if there's no joystick, there's no influence on the line, and so his little thing is going to make a difference. And if there is a joystick, his resistance is going to change it. It's this is why CoCo joysticks are better than PC Junior joysticks in their connection to the computer. For a later date.
This might be a good opportunity also to tease something that we're going to do, since Rick's talking about hardware right now. We are going to be looking at doing a hardware segment on the show. Short, digestible nuggets of the real basics on hardware and kind of leading towards understanding some of the hardware on the CoCo. So similar to like the assembly series, where it's going to be hardware for beginners, but really short segments, very digestible bites of knowledge that will keep stacking up. And Rick's going to be working on that, and hopefully we can get some few of our other hardware guys in on that too.
Oh, cool.
Exactly.
I did not know that.
Well, you should read our planning channel where I threw this out there.
That's just filled with drivel anyway. But,
planning? We're doing that?
Yeah, what's this planning thing you referred to? What show are you on?
So
anyway, it's a cool project. So so I'm glad you explained it. So that should technically work on real hardware too, then, not just the emulator, correct?
I think this is specifically to use a real
This
joystick.
is to use real joysticks on USB devices. This is to convert a CoCo joystick to a USB, so it's designed for emulators.
Okay.
So you can use my joysticks on your emulator.
Yeah.
What a great guy.
I know.
You should set up a bundle deal.
Brian Schubing, which we had on the show earlier, but he had stuff come up. He couldn't stay.
Yeah. So basically what he did here is he did a just about half-hour sort of a tutorial walkthrough video of entering sheet music into Ultimuse 3, which of course is the MIDI package for OS 9 and Nitrous 9 that lets you do up to 16 voices at once. Where you can define your synthesizer and what voices are assigned to what MIDI patches, etc. And I'll just play a couple seconds to kind of get it. So here he's kind of got his, the time signatures up here, and he's working on the treble clef, which he's compared with the sheet music on the left. So I'll just play a tiny little bit of it.
And let's just start with this one here.
Just drag the note up there.
Yeah. And since it knows it's half notes here, 4/4 time, it's skipping to where the half notes would be. It doesn't put on the quarters.
And we can just simply just keep going through here. And we'll just do the first couple measures here.
All right, so even if you don't know music, if you have access to sheet music, you can just kind of
like I said,
transcribe.
Yeah, it's basically just click, drag, and drop type thing.
Yeah.
So it's actually not that hard. Getting into setting MIDI patches so the instruments sound exactly like they should, that you might have to know a little bit more. But basically, it's pretty easy to enter.
And then it shows you if it's flat
now,
or
you
open
probably
or
saw
not.
that you saw like a...
Yeah. No, Ultimuse was quite a revelation. Like, I actually bought it, and I didn't even have a MIDI synth. My roommate did, and we actually teamed up and used it for a bit on that. Now, I don't know how to read music myself. I do stuff, if I'm reading music of any sort, it's with tablature. It's just easier for my small brain to understand.
Right.
Or I play poorly by ear.
I could have cheated through guitar lessons with this program. Just copy the notes over and then let it play it by ear, and hey, I'm good.
Can you scrub over to where we can actually hear the sample playback of it, where it's got more of
I think you did that at the very beginning here. So
okay.
We're going to take a look at...
Or it's the very beginning. That's a little snippet of it.
Cool.
We were talking about earlier on the show here, and I guess the song was released in the 50s, so that still might be under copyright, so I don't play too much of it. Play that.
No, that's neat. It's and what I like about that, and even like some of the CoCo Paint programs, is a lot of them looked a lot like Mac Paint did. Even though the resolution was slightly different on the CoCo 1 and 2, we had some very good tools that were on par with what a much more expensive Macintosh system did, and especially when you have like a black and white screen like this, it's very Mac-like, Mac classic anyways. And so like your CoCo Max and Color Max and stuff.
And Lyra, however you want to pronounce it, the music editor. Yeah.
And I don't know how, because I didn't really own Macs back in then because they were so expensive, I don't know how big MIDI was on the Mac Classic or not, but
It had some of the following, but I think at that time, I think the Atari ST pretty well owned the MIDI market.
Yeah. I got into MIDI I was familiar with MIDI, and I had all the soundboards on the PCs and stuff like the Adlibs and the Sound Blasters. But I finally got my own MIDI set up in like the early '90s on my PC, and I was I went MIDI crazy, just having fun playing with that and playing. It's one thing to play MIDI files, which, before there was MP3s, you would just download MIDI tracks, and they sounded good with a Sound Blaster or an Adlib. But once you got into, because I had the Sound Blaster cards that had the daughter board where you could plug like a real keyboard module into your Sound Blaster. So I had this Korg keyboard that I kind of bolted onto my Sound Blaster that was MIDI. And then you heard those MIDI files being played like on a real instrument. It was just a game changer. That was the next best thing to MP3s, because you had the good organ sound and the real drum tracks and all that kind of stuff. So hearing MIDI files on your computer, it was better than mods. Well, mods, the way like the mod files had the sample, so you heard certain things in mods that you couldn't hear. But a good MIDI track on a good keyboard sounded really damn good.
Yeah. And the CoCo actually, I think, at this time frame, like when Ultimate came out, so this would be the late 80s, I think the CoCo was actually fairly popular. I mean, Bill Pierce actually used it with his band playing live, and I knew a few other people back in the day that did too. So I think Atari ST was probably the most common, and then I think a little bit later the PC started getting more popular with MIDI cards, etc. too, or built-in Sound Blasters, whatever, with MIDI outputs. But there was a brief amount of time where the CoCo was actually, the CoCo 3 in particular, was actually one of the more popular ones for doing it.
Right, because there were MIDI, true MIDI cards for this with the MIDI ports, right? MIDI in and MIDI out, right? So
yeah, I mean, Jim Brain sells a remake of one of those now, the Maestro.
Right.
But we had multiple. We had the Bitbanger could actually output up to 16 voices. Now, if you got a super complicated score with a lot of really short notes, it probably didn't quite keep the timing exactly right. But we did have MIDI out cards that actually did that from multiple manufacturers. And we had ones that actually had the dual MIDI in, MIDI through, and MIDI out. And we actually had some software that actually record live playing on a keyboard, which Darren Ottery's demonstrated to us on the show before too. So you could actually use the CoCo as a mini recording studio for MIDI as well.
Yeah, neat stuff. And you can hear this live at CoCo Fest. If you come to CoCo Fest, you will hear Brian playing tons of MIDI tracks through a CoCo 3 over a very loud sound system. He's the life of the party.
And no copyright strikes there, so you can actually hear music.
Actually, supposedly there was the most recent Tandy Assembly. I think some of the stuff he was doing did cause their videos to get a copyright at one point in time. So, yeah.
No, I meant the live setting. Like nobody's going to walk in the room and say, "Shut that down."
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Cool. And what are we looking at here?
Okay,
Sheldon
next
McDonald.
up. Yeah, so he's working on a CoCo VGA utility, and it's basically to help customize the palettes for existing CoCo 1 and 2 games. And he has a little of a demonstration with Puyan. Now, this is kind of based on the fact he saw what Nick had done with the CoCo 3 setting the palette settings. Now, somebody else had done this once before.
Hugo DeFort had done this once before, too. He did a similar
which
one.
Sheldon was not aware of up until he posted and got some comments. So now what he's shooting for is making it much more user-friendly and easier for a casual user to set the colors.
Yeah, that's neat.
Because it was a little bit technically oriented, so I'll play this here.
Yeah, Brendan gives you some pretty good tools where you can set certain palettes and then save it as something you can load up as like a binary file through a basic program or something.
McDonald here.
Yeah.
I was just doing some testing today with the CoCo VGA, and then I kind of started thinking that on the Color Computer 3 you can change the palettes for a lot of the older games. Well, there's no reason why we can't do that with the CoCo VGA on the Color Computer 2 as well.
There's no reason whatsoever.
So I did this little test. So I'm going to execute this. It's going to change the default color palette, just like you can do that on the Color Computer 3. And I'm going to try out a game. So we'll try out Puyan. And we all know the colors are really bad on Puyan.
No.
But you can see how you can customize the 4 colors that are actually used.
Yeah, so you don't have that dark blue in this normal color set. That's not just a
limit to the Color Computer 3 anymore. We can also do this on the Color Computer 2 that's equipped with a CoCo VGA.
It's a
I'm going to
beauty,
build a quick utility to be able to customize colors, so you can do presets before you load games. I'll probably be releasing that probably within the next week. But as you can see, this isn't the best color palette still that I chose, but I chose it. And to be able to change the colors for the game is pretty cool.
Yeah. So he turned one of those colors
So
to
not
dark
just
blue. Yeah, okay.
limitation.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, but I think the one that Hugo did, because he was using a basic loader and a memory program and stuff like that, I think that he ran into some complications with certain things just screwing up RAM.
Yeah, like large games it couldn't load because the basic loader was
because you had a
blocking it.
basic loader doing a few things. So the fact if you can have a real short binary file that you just execute and it loads those palettes into the CoCo VGA and then boom, then that's clear. Then you just load it as normal. That's pretty.
Yeah, you just make a little preloader and then it doesn't interfere with the loading.
And then I think somewhere in that thread too, there was a possibility of maybe making these patches into the game itself, like a preloader for the game. I'm not sure if that can be done or not, but
yeah, for some of them definitely. I mean, there's a few that might fill most of RAM or something, like if you're running on a 32K machine, so you might have to fiddle with it a bit. But yeah, definitely should be able to do that. Also, I want to mention in the chat, D. Bruce Moore mentioned he used the CoCo to play a MIDI bassline live, which I played and sang along to, and then he emphasized live.
Live. There you go.
Next up, we've got Nick Brisovac, whom we've featured before, and he's done all these wacky keyboards where he's just grabbing keys and stuff from all over the place and different machines. And he's actually getting one here that's starting to look like, once he gets it finished.
Oh, snap. That looks like a Model 1 keyboard, or what, I'm not sure what it is, because you see the TRS-80 sticker down there.
Yeah, but this one's starting to look more like an actual, like one of the third-party keyboards we saw back in the day. I mean, It's missing a few spots here.
It's also looking like a CoCo mech with the different color highlight keys and stuff, So
yeah, and the placement of the arrow keys, the left, right, way in the bottom, there's different.
Yeah,
that might just be the way the frame he's got the keys mounted into.
Now, just out of curiosity, if you just switch your keycaps around, does that automatically change the matrix in the mapping? If I want to,
I'm guessing the answer would be no from a technical standpoint. But it's interesting just seeing what he's kind of come up with. He's pulling in these keys from various other systems that have nothing to do with the CoCo and actually come up with a keyboard that is getting closer and closer resembling a CoCo keyboard with some color coding, but real full blown keycaps even beyond
Frankenboard.
Yeah, I remember so many people did this back in the day. So this kind of
beauty
makes me feel nostalgic.
Isn't that what this show's all about?
Pretty much. Next up, Daniela Connor. Now she's been working on this kind of having CoCo control a bunch of different little hardware projects to kind of simulate the flux capacitor from the Back to the Future movies. Now, we showed a previous video where she had, I think, a CoCo 3 doing some racing lights where you could adjust the speed, etc. So this case, she's using a CoCo 1 and 2, or CoCo 1 in this particular case, to animate this flashing light here. And eventually, these are all going to work together in sync to get this whole flux capacitor going for multiple CoCos basically under their control.
Then when do we get to 88 miles per hour?
You'll have to ask her. I'm not sure on that.
All right. 1.21 gigawatts. Great Scott. All right. Cool.
Just need a lightning bolt, not to hit the CoCo.
James Jones got some stuff going on here. Okay.
Yeah, and now the Civ of, please, somebody who knows how to pronounce that properly, please say it out loud.
Let me see. Eratosthenes. Aristosthenes?
Yeah.
Aristosthenes.
My life's goal has been fulfilled. I know how to say that.
There's a crater on the moon named after this guy, too.
Okay.
So you snuck up from the backside? No.
Okay.
Nice.
So this is a series he's doing on comparing Basic 09 and Color Basic.
Yeah, and this one went a little bit beyond, because the original, this is a benchmark, one of the old benchmarks that Byte Magazine and a bunch of others used to do.
He spelled it out phonetically in the chat. Toss the knees. Toss the knees.
Sweet. Now I know.
Yes, you'll never be able to unhear that again. It's burned in my brain like a CRT.
Pronounced CRT.
Yeah.
All right, this is an old benchmark that was done in the early microcomputer era. Like I said, Byte Magazine and a few others used to use this as one of their suite of benchmarks written in BASIC. But the funny thing about this particular one is that it actually takes a fair bit of RAM. There's an array of, I think, 8,192 elements it's got to keep track of. Now, if you have the option, like in BASIC 9, of doing Booleans or byte values, well, then it takes 8K. On the case of extended color basic or color basic from Microsoft, you only have floating point, which takes 5 bytes per. Well, now you need 40K just to hold this array. So he had to do some programming hoops to get around it. He did mention that Tim Linder's Squanchy basic, which relocates ROMs right to the top of RAM, and if you only have color basic, it gives you basically 50 plus K of free, could technically run this even with floating point reals. So he goes through like how to get the program to actually run on extended basic first, and then gets it to run. Now, of course, because of all the extra translation it has to do, I think he snuck it into a string array or something. I can't remember. I looked at this at the beginning of the week and I kind of forgot the details, but it definitely runs slower than it would in BASIC 9 because BASIC 9 can do it natively. But it was interesting that he had to actually make these workarounds to even get it to load and run, period. And the program's not that long. If you take a look at the actual listing of the two, let's see if I can find that to get it side by side.
Now, this is a narrated thing too?
Yeah, he's using the computer narrator type thing. We don't get to hear James's own dulcet tones, unfortunately.
As an observant CoCo programmer, you've probably caught on already. The flags array has over 8,000 numbers, and the only numeric type color basic has is 5 bytes.
Anybody have her phone number?
There's not enough memory.
I want her to
check your phone. I think
I want her to do a slow dramatic reading of source code to me.
Oh, but Stevie, we could fix that for you right now.
I think that's the same woman who called about my extended car warranty.
Okay, so it is a basic problem there that you're trying to fit an 8K array of 5 byte reals. It doesn't fit, no matter how much you P clear. And then,
do we have some like side by side comparisons of the code running too, to see the speed
no,
difference?
actually, this is something that he mentioned that is going to be a different space. He said it gets kind of boring watching one program take 10 minutes to run while the other takes 40 seconds. So he kind of like cut scenes in between to show the results and what the times were.
At least we can see what it looks like in normal BASIC versus BASIC 09, because you don't need the line numbers necessarily there. So
and this one he got around the limit because he doesn't have to use real, so he's using Boolean, which is just a single byte value, basically true or false, and that's basically what it's really checking for. So in this case, the actual program runs better under BASIC 9, not just from speed perspective, but it actually runs without modification, really. Except
listen, Curtis, just say it. Everything's better in BASIC 09, right?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yes.
There you go. That's the proper attitude.
David Ladd not included.
Now, listen here. We don't want to scare everyone away.
No, I'm glad you were able to muzzle yourself so we didn't lose AJ early on in the show. So, yeah.
And here he is trying to figure out a couple different ways to get this to run under BASIC using strings. He's using mid strings. You could do peaks and all kinds of things, trying to force shrink it so it's not 5 bytes per element. So he does get it running.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. First,
next up go ahead.
Want to bring up something. A certain somebody told me a message that you happen to have one of those CoCo joystick to USB adapters sitting on your desk.
No, it's not on my desk. It's on a table back over here.
Well, the
so your source was wrong. Yeah, I've Paulie's.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
So this is a
here?
channel I've not seen before called Martian Tech, and basically this guy received a CoCo 2 that was basically specified to be not working, and that is correct. It's a CoCo 2B, I believe, because when you took a look at the VDG chip, it appears to be the T1 inside. Now it powers up to give you a green screen, but nothing else.
Okay.
So for the hardware gurus here, normally that's a RAM problem. Is that
usually RAM? Or it could be a
so
loose ROM socket or something too. I don't know.
So he used this scope and he went through the RAMs, and there was one particular RAM that is reacting weird. So he figured if he swapped them, the problem should follow the chip. It didn't. So now he thinks something else is wrong. Now he goes through the entire debugging process trying to figure out what's wrong, and basically ends the video because he thought it was going to be RAM. And he was going to stop the video once he fixed the RAM up, but that didn't work. So now he's going to do a follow-up video because now he's not quite sure what the heck is wrong with this thing.
Can I jump in for a sec?
Yes.
Yeah.
With my accumulated wisdom, the VDG system is working. The CPU is not. That's why you have a border and a blank screen. If you had no RAM, there would be @ signs everywhere. With the same situation of the VDG is working, but with no RAM, there would be @ signs everywhere. And then the CPU not working. That's where you
CPU.
So it looks like the CoCo is basically running except for no CPU. So we got our border, we got our screen, we got our RAM, we've got blanks up there. We're ready to go. Nothing's going.
Well, Rick, if you can leave a comment to him, that might help him.
Yeah, sure.
Martian Tech. If you can copy and paste this URL into maybe the Zoom chat so Rick can get it from your browser.
Yeah, it's in the news summary listing in Discord too, so you can grab it from there. It's
because I've stared at this screen several times, so I'll get in touch.
Me, that's just waiting for a basic program to run the sieve of a rest. What was it? Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Next up, this is another Rick Dillon. Geez, you're popular on the show today. You've got Risk, you're fixing hardware, and now you've got your key fix keyboard kit. So Pedro Pena, otherwise known as Rocky Hill on YouTube, kind of did would this be called a review, Rick, or have you even seen this yet?
I haven't even seen it yet, so.
Turn it up to 11. Turn it up to 11. He wants to hear it. So.
In that case, I will play the whole thing. It's just a hair under 4 minutes.
I like that 6-bit DAC music he's got.
Looks a bit damaged.
No. So we're going to take some screws off of the bottom of this thing here.
Some is an understatement.
Telegames.
Oh, you didn't read them. You're supposed to put the keyboard upside down into the top half of your CoCo, and that keeps the keys from pushing on the ground.
Okay. Well, he's come up with his own spacing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making fun.
Yeah.
Didn't do any of that. I just put it on the table.
Oh, he's got a shot glass now too. Okay, he's gonna put his screws in there.
See, if that was me trying to do hardware, that'd be a shot glass.
Most repairs go better with alcohol.
That's a toothpick holder.
Be careful which one's the shot glass and which one's the screw glass while you're doing this.
Yeah, don't get the two confused when you're drunk. That's one thing to say.
Oh, don't worry. You'll just have to dig those out in a day or two.
The fiber.
So the
Oh, he didn't show the good part. All the springs and guts springing out.
I'm just going to go ahead and just screw it back in. So this just replaces everything behind the keys, the Mylar and that metal plate and everything.
Exactly.
It's actually ribbon cable coming out, not Mylar anymore, so that should be much more robust too, right?
Exactly.
And that ribbon cable then goes to like a rigid edge connector thing too, as opposed to
a circuit board that fits into the Mylar connector.
Right, instead of a little loosey-goosey, floppy-woppy cable, you got to try to wedge in there. You got a nice.
I'm not used to these technical terms of yours, Steve. What's a loosey-goosey, floppy-woppy?
Yeah, yeah. It's like wibbly, wobbly, timey-wimey stuff too. So yeah.
Don't forget the thingamajig.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to know about Stevie's private time.
Thanks for classing up the joint there, David.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. It keeps flopping down.
Good night, everybody.
Asparagus.
That's the limpest joke I've ever heard from you,
Yes.
David.
Asparagus.
So that metal plate that you took off, you don't put that back.
No, this is a pretty chunky circuit board, and
Right.
it's
Wouldn't it screw it up if you did?
oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
because that
nothing-
would short out all the contacts.
Well,
all
it'd
the
short
solder
it out,
joints,
wouldn't
yeah.
We've kind of changed the way it works in a bit. The circuit board floats on those screws, so you can tighten it closer to the keys or further away from the keys to make how hard it is to type change a little bit.
And I will mention that connector, the way you've got there, is more similar to the way Ed's CoCo replacement, the whole keyboard. He sells the whole keyboard with custom keycaps, etc.
Yeah, I couldn't.
The same solid.
Yeah.
My keyboard works again. Yay, yay, yay. Cool.
If you knew how hard it was to get that many keys to all work on every board that you put out.
Look at that awful screen.
Thank you, Computer Connect, from computerconnect with one N.com.
And yes, that's one N in Connect.
That's one N.
We leave out the second N and pass the savings on to you.
That's right.
Well, since we're plugging your product here, Rick, I guess the first question is how much do you charge for this?
$45.
And they're you've got them in stock, ready to go on your website, correct?
They're in stock, ready to go. I'm soldering up extra parts ahead of time because I'm slow and.
Use offer code CoCoTALK. You can get 2 for $99.
The $6 sales tax.
Yeah, I used to have a discount, but it expired. I'm going to have to.
Now that we have Rick here, just wondering if he can give us an update on his Ethernet cartridge. Did you get a chance to have a look what was wrong with it on that other CoCo you got?
I think I've narrowed it down to one. I don't know if it's a date code or a series code or whatever, but there is one version of the WizNet chip that doesn't always work. And my earlier versions do work on the PC, the CoCo 2 that I've gotten from Strict. So anyway, I have the two earlier versions, which are actually maybe older date codes, work, and the last version that I got the 10 pack of that is probably an earlier date code works 80% of the time.
Right.
So I've ordered 5 more that are now a different date code because I checked with JLC. So we'll see if that's an improvement and I'm done, or
You might just have to make sure you have specific revisions of the WizNet chip.
There may be a specific revision that I need to be after, because I think the last chips I got were an earlier version of the chip. If you're assuming that this letter code is actually dates somehow, or serial code somehow. So I think we're on the right track. That's why I haven't said anything yet. I don't know till I get my new round of boards in, and if that works on the PC, which I'm still borrowing, that doesn't work. I keep saying PC. I mean,
it's a CoCo. Yeah, we know what you meant, though. It's a CoCo show. All PCs are CoCos on this show.
All PCs are CoCo.
Everything else doesn't friggin' count.
Nothing else counts. So yeah, it's promising. I'm fingers crossed.
And oh yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I was just wondering. So that's to get the Ethernet to go, and the serial works though.
Well, it's worked for a long time.
Right. Yeah. No, I was just wondering.
So to be truthful, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
I haven't worried about the serial part in so long.
I was wondering what the possibility is of putting a real-time chip, real-time clock in there as well.
There it is.
Well, yeah, we've got room. We've got room for stuff. If I can get...
That's what I thought, yeah. One cartridge to do
We can finally eliminate that problem of
and then I can
hardware.
shut up.
This week on Feature Creep.
We could do without a real-time clock. All we need is network time. Network time for...
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's right. Actually,
Clock is set, and away we go.
Yeah. I didn't think of that.
But I have 6 more chip selects on the PAL there, so, and probably 1.5 inches of board space, and in a ROM pack cart, we could really cram some more crap in there.
Anyway, that's all I got.
Okay. And next up, we've got Ken, and we kind of mentioned this ahead of time a little bit there. So this is Ken of Canadian Retro Things, of course, talking about how to hook up for video capture. And you're using a capture USB card or something. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm using my really cheap. It's actually one of those little things you buy for changing VHS tapes over to digital. So, but I just use that for the composite capture.
Now, is that RF or composite or both?
It's just composite.
Okay, so like your CoCo 1 there, you wouldn't be able to use this on.
Now I can because of the thing that I've got here, which is one of those old-fashioned cable boxes.
Is that the one we're showing right now? Or?
Yes. I just found that in a box of electronics that I had bought a while back that I didn't know I bought.
Nice. So this is doing like RF to composite conversion?
Yeah. So you just do the RF into the back of this, and then you do your composite out into the capture card, and now I can capture all those old gaming systems and stream them or record them or do whatever I want.
Which some people would say a VCR would do the similar purpose.
The VCR does exactly
too.
the same thing, except that I've got such a small desk.
No, I get that. Yeah.
The VCR is cumbersome.
Yeah. So I have had to run through the gamut on different capture devices to get different types of things. I've actually found one that will capture RF over USB.
So I'm using that little white thing you see sticking out of my power bar there.
Yeah.
That's actually my capture card for this.
Okay, which is composite. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you just fast forward it a bit, you can see how the Intellivision looks on Burger Time.
I don't know if I want to play something here that's going to make me more hungry than I already am.
Right.
But I did have a little problem at the beginning, but because the cartridge wasn't in all the way.
Right. Now, do you notice any banding or striping in some of this too? Because I do notice when I use one of my RF capture ones, and you know how we normally have the lines for the artifacts, like the spaces. Yeah. I notice I'm still seeing those lines, almost like in normal scan lines or horizontal. I see like vertical scan lines when I capture RF.
I didn't notice. It looks actually really clean, especially on the Intellivision, the Atari, and the ColecoVision. Here's a close-up of what it looks like.
Yeah, okay.
I see scan lines.
Sometimes
most people see dead people.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes monitors do a better job than others.
Right. So this is a direct capture.
This is being captured, which then reveals all the imperfections that a lot of times analog
I mean, it's
won't see.
Obviously the Intellivision, lower resolution than we're used to.
No, it looks good. Colors look off. Now it looks like we're running a composite palette on an RGB game here for a second. Like those patties look like they're a health code violation. They shouldn't be that olive color, should they?
They might be vegetable burgers.
They're vegetable because those are just pickles.
Those are the St. Patrick's Day burgers.
Was that BK? What is it called? The Amazing Burger or whatever it was? The Wonder Burger.
Impossible.
Incrediburger.
Incrediburger. Yeah.
And W has one of those too. I can't remember which one's which.
Okay, so this is the universal translator to go from RF to composite, and then you just need a good composite capture.
Yeah, I've already done it in a Twitch stream, which worked out really well. So.
Beautiful.
Actually, now that you mentioned that, do you want to mention, because you're planning on actually starting up your Twitch stream more regularly now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing it regularly. It's Canadian Retro Things on Twitch. It's I'm streaming right now Sunday nights, Monday mornings, and Tuesday mornings.
And what is your focus there? Is it like a gaming or just retro in general?
Gaming. Sunday nights I'm doing the Game On Challenge of the Week plus other CoCo games. Mondays I've been doing Gates of Delirium. I might do some other stuff on there too. and Tuesdays I'm dedicating to games like the Intellivision or just a different system.
Okay, I didn't realize you were doing the Gates Delirium on there. I'll have to watch that, rekindle my old memories of actually winning that game over months of playing.
I've been playing it for about a month now, so.
Nifty.
Cool. So Canadian Retro Things on Twitch.
And then and we are I forgot what the word is, but we're hosting that on the CoCoTALK channel too. So so if you subscribe to CoCoTALK as well and he's streaming when we're not, we'll be picking up his feed like we do with the Amigos and with Hugo, other people like that. Frodo NL, yeah, sorry. And that's because I was looking at OG Hugo, who said he ordered one of your keyboards, Rick. So the CoCoTALK effect is in effect. We're making sales here. We're getting subscribers, making sales, moving products. We are just helping the global economy push forward. So, boom. Thank you, OG and also, Hugo.
I'd just like to say OG Hugo in the things did say, like, he modded his Intellivision to do RGB out. And I would like to do that, but I want to get another one first because I want to keep one original. It's completely original.
Yeah.
I only have one Intellivision, one Coleco, and
right. So one of the things that you might notice when you, and I don't know, because I do notice it looks like you are getting some composite captures from your CoCo. I'm not sure if you're doing that through the switcheroo and the HDMI converter, but if you take a normal analog capture on a CoCo that's been composite modded, or even a CoCo 3, you might notice that the signal is really subpar because they're not standard how they output their composite stuff, so.
I was just messing around with the MC10 the other day, and I mean, I can capture it with this, but it is kind of fuzzy and not very clear. So
cool.
And there's a CoCo cat.
There's CoCo cat.
There's my cat that insists on being in the broadcasts all the time.
Very cool stuff. You do a wide range of helpful videos for people to see things, so that's really cool. Between your CoCo SDC stuff and
Nitrous 9,
and got a basic 09 video coming up.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just to plug myself.
Yeah. I really like. I'm very grateful that we've met people like you and Rick and all these folks that we've met, and we showed them off. Because we found him. When I say we, I mean Curtis. But once Curtis discovers somebody and we feature him on the show, if we're able to bring you into the fold of the community, and we help you and you help us, everybody wins. And we've had a lot of that over these past couple of years. So that whole symbiotic kumbaya type stuff just seems to keep happening, and it warms my heart to know that we've got so much goodness going on. So
see, my only complaint is Curtis was about 40 years too late. If he had gotten a hold of me back in the 80s, I never would have left the CoCo scene.
Hey, you should have joined our club. We had 60 members at one point.
Well, that's I actually didn't know about it. In North Battleford, there was only a couple of CoCo users that I knew, so we didn't have much of a club.
Yeah, that reminds me. I've still got to scan in all of our newsletters. I actually found them all. I think we had 14 issues that we did, so I'll have to scan and put those up in the archive at some point too. And we'll be doing a Basic 09 seminar at CoCo Fest. So,
oh, great! Is
that what we're doing?
Yep.
That's time to go out and get.
I didn't tell you that, did I?
Get your car washed, have a meal, take a nap, things like that. So, excellent.
Yeah. Okay, next up, switching over to the MC10 for a little bit here. So Simon Jonason has been working on and got working now an auto exec binary, which basically means you do a code M and it automatically executes the program. Now, James Diffendafford mentioned that he had done this before himself about 10 years ago, but had lost the code because of a fire that he had at his house, unfortunately. But some other people actually still had copies of it. So they're basically, it sounds like they're doing it the same method, but Simon wants to take it up a notch like he did with some of his CoCo loaders. He wants to do a fast load, so to load at faster baud rate than 1500 baud. I'm sure David Ladd would like that. But he also wants to see if he can actually get the MC10 playing some background music while loading like he's demonstrated on the CoCo. So that's what he's kind of shooting for. So that'd be really cool to see the MC10 do that, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, this is a French channel called Galamoon Retro Gaming. And he's got multiple Alice's here. So he's got the Alice 90. You can see the red box in the bottom, the wider one with the diagonal edges on the corners.
Yeah, look at that.
And he's got an Alice 32. Now, I'm probably forgetting the details here, but I think the Alice 32 kind of emulates the VDG, but it doesn't actually have a VDG in it. It has a much more advanced card that actually does 80 columns and other things too. So he briefly shows off his Alice 90 here, just to kind of show you what it looks like. I'll just let the closed captioning kind of cover it. Yeah. And then there's the actual Alice 32.
The MC10 Red Edition.
I still need a red one.
Yeah.
So
if that thing in the background there is playing on an Alice, that's really impressive.
It says Commodore Meeg on it, so I think it's just a video he's got running in the background for his channel.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so here he fires up the Alice 32. And now it just looks like a normal VDG chip, right?
Yeah, MC10. Microcolor Basic, Microsoft Corporation.
CLS 40 changes it to a 40 column screen.
Oh my goodness. Let me guess.
CLS 80 column screen.
And that was built in? This is not hackery?
Yep. Yep. This is built into the Alice 32.
Different ROM fonts and stuff there too. Wow. We can modify the color page by typing in CLS2. Okay, yeah, so that still works.
So,
the VDG
yes, and then it has the same color set too, so they still work compatible with the original VDG one.
Okay. But so this is kind of like a CoCo VGA for an MC10. Yeah.
Somebody needs to throw that motherboard in a MC10.
He's got a Vectrex.
Yeah, because it looks like the same keyboard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Alice.
And more built-in RAM. You can see he's got 8K free, and then he's got the external RAM expansion on top of that you can plug in. Matching red
burgundy color there. Yes.
Well, why doesn't he plug it in while it's on?
It's not hot swappable, Ron.
I know.
Does not want to release lay magic smoke.
Doesn't want to do the Danny O'Connor, plugging a multi-pack into a multi-pack with the power on type thing.
No.
Now it's saying 23, so he just added 16K to his 8K, which you got your 24. Rough math there, 24 or some odd K.
And he's in a 40 column screen, so that takes extra RAM too, obviously, because it's 40 by 24, 25 or something.
So 10, lay 10.
So one thing about the Alice, though, is that it does have a French layout for the keyboard, so the letters are in a different order.
Yeah, AZERTY, I think it's called, or something.
Yeah.
So is it the deal where all the video is in the first 8K of RAM now, and the RAM pack is just...
I don't know. I remember from reading when we were talking about it before, it has a completely different video chip. It does not have a VDG.
So
basically for all the stuff. So I'm not sure how that's mapped. And here he's showing the assembler.
Wow.
Which is actually sold by Matra in France. They made it themselves. So.
Where is he loading the program in from? Or is it in ROM?
Well, he's got cassette right here. He does mention that you can get SD card readers for it as well. So I'm just going to fast forward until he actually demonstrates some of the stuff he's running here.
Hello.
Now, this is what Motorola should have made instead of the T1.
How come he doesn't have a red
Look how fast that thing scrolls, too.
Yeah, especially considering the size of the screen.
Yeah. It looks like there's some embedded machine language in that program, because when you started listing it, just going off the rails with that.
Some rocks. Yeah.
Animated text and some side-scrolling stuff going on there.
Yeah. I think this particular program he's running was set up for a 32-column screen, too. Of course, it's running a little funky on a...
Okay, gotcha.
I wonder if Jim Gary's watching this.
He usually does catch the show at some point or other. So.
Challenge accepted.
Hey, Benson the Basement says this guy has more systems than a museum, so he must have all kinds of stuff, huh? Oh, look at that. You can do like a pyramid shape with your text and everything. And with different color foreground.
Yeah, different colored text. So that's above and beyond the VDG as well.
Yeah.
Imagine if Danny did the Color Computer Deluxe with this chip.
All right. Why didn't
they released it? That is.
Yeah, 40 and 80 column colored text.
We probably wouldn't have seen a CoCo 3 if that were the case, though.
Yeah, that's kind of what Mark has mentioned too. That if that had gone through, I mean, I think he was still going to try to plan to do a CoCo 3, but with the built-in base
Yeah.
hardware that was going to be built into the Deluxe.
You know what's cool is he has the cassette player and the computer up at an angle, so you can
Yeah,
see
it's got
it.
like a little riser
Yeah.
thing there.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, look, because you have these other types of characters, like checkerboard patterns he's got there with the sun in the corner.
Yeah, and his diagonal slashes, like his
yeah.
forward and back slash, is colored. It's not
Yeah.
green.
That's really neat. Yeah, to be able to have colored text and colored semi-graphics really would open things up a lot, because you could then get like your slashes and your V's and all kinds of other things to create symbols.
He printed that shirt he's got on with that computer.
Oh, yeah?
But it shows you like the MC10 was basically a stalled single shot that was only sold here for a year in North America.
And then somebody took it and did something good with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, one they had the MC10 clone the original Alice, which basically
Yeah.
ran the software, had the 20K RAM upgrade. But then they took it with the Alice 32, added the 4080 column support, colored text, and then they did the Alice 90, which is like a whole different machine itself and a little bit bigger. But
yeah.
Well, back in the States here, we had Jim Gary to make this machine.
And now we have, Brendan Donnie's actually done a CoCo VGA for the MC10
Yeah.
with little risers to get it to fit and stuff, where you can kind of duplicate some of the functionality we're seeing here. But it's kind of a good way to look at what could have been if Tandy had kept it up and kind of gone this direction as well.
Cool.
Right. They dropped the low end CoCo and had this as the, MC10 and more.
He's got the internet on that machine behind him.
And push the
Yeah.
up
It's
higher.
the Alice 90 web browser. Cool. That is really neat. Yeah, it's stuff that us here in the States probably won't get to see too often unless we're lucky enough to find one of these machines.
Yep. And plus, it's such a nice, friendly red.
It is. It's a burgundy. It's a beautiful burgundy.
Can you imagine calling up your injection molding supplier and saying, "Yeah, I need this color"?
Now, 8-Bits in the basement, who actually lives in France, says that's the guy with the sheep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, that's that little character there.
He asks people
Yeah.
to like and sheepscribe at the end.
Subscribe. Don't forget to like and
Okay,
subscribe.
and there's a sheep.
Yeah.
Mid shot,
Yeah.
staring at us.
Right there.
I'll bet you he sleeps good.
Looks like lamb chop almost.
All right. We're running out of news.
Yeah, now let's switch over to the Dragon side of things. So Duncan Smead, of course, is one of the people that actually helped create the Dragon in the first place, working for Dragon Data. And he also wrote the book Inside the Dragon, which kind of went into the innards and programming, etc. And he was recently going through all of his, archived stuff here, and he actually found one version of his book that he had done a dedication to his parents-in-law, which he actually quoted. I thought was kind of amusing, so I'll read it out loud, especially for the audio listeners here that don't get to see this. So he penned this in the following in the inner cover. In this book, I duly wrote the bump I knew, the stuff I quote. The dragon examined bit by bit. You see, I'm not so much of a twit. Instead, I've been writing. I've done quite bra. So this comes with love from your son-in-law, Duncan. I thought that was kind of cute.
Yeah.
And obviously a bit of British or UK slang there, like bra. I'm not sure what that quite means. 6E, you can explain that in the chat. And the second one, I'll let Ron talk about this. Now, I did get one correction from 6E. I thought this was a cassette-based magazine for the Dragon. It's actually a disc-based magazine for the Dragon, but it was an online, distribution and program. So, Ron, if you want to mention exactly what this is and how you got a hold of it, and what's your opinion of it?
It's called Dragon Up to Date, and it's it came on the download I did for the Dragon on the SDC, and it says magazines or something, mag. So you go through and there's all these different dates, and they're loaded with all kinds of stuff to read. And there's some graphics involved here. Here's one, and it has a lot of false color. What do you call it?
Artifacts.
Yeah, artifacts.
Which
all over
they
the
wouldn't
place.
have had on theirs.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
Yeah, there was that PAL.
Yeah, but I got this hooked up to a TV, so.
Uh-huh.
And this TV works pretty good,
Yeah.
making it readable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I enjoyed it. That's why I posted it. I don't see stuff like this on the Dragon board, I always see a lot of hardware stuff. So I threw it up and I said, does anybody looked at these lately? It's kind of fun to go through. It kind of tells what was happening at the time if you read some of the stuff.
Yeah, the thing that fascinated me about this, I mean, the Dragon existed basically from 82 to 84 before they kind of got shut down. I mean, they went to Earhart Forbidden. They might have lasted till 85, but this is July of 1994. This is after Rainbow already died. And they were still publishing this. In fact, it says here that, this is basically issue number 18, so they've only been going for a couple years. So they'd started this in the 90s.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like Patrick says, if you turn the color down, you'll see a black and white version. But I just go through stuff.
Picture gallery, OS9 musings. So...
I should take pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even talk about like the Dragon Professional, which of course is what John Whitworth is trying to duplicate right now. Or no, it's Dragon Beta, I guess he's trying to duplicate right now. But
dip in the post bag, right? So,
yeah, there's lots of stuff to look at on the Dragon, which is a little different than what we have on our machine. So it's kind of refreshing to, find something like this show up and you get to read it. And it's
now, do you know how long this lasted, Ron? Like how many issues they had?
No, I just went through and picked a couple of random ones and showed them.
Okay.
Neat. Good find, Ron. And that's on the SDC image? Or has it on their website, on the archive?
It comes from the SDC image you get from Dragon, the Dragon archive.
Oh, okay. So it's on their image.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what? I'd like to find out how all the AGD games.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a game and I put it in VDK format, copying it back and forth, and it wouldn't show up on the SDC. I wonder why.
Well, there are packs. You can download packs that are already set for the SDC with the file names.
But I'm wondering.
Oh, so you're trying to download one from the Dragon archive? Those are all set up as Dragon disk format. So you
right. Well, what if I had a game on the CoCo and I wanted to put it in VDK format and put it on my SDC for the Dragon? Why won't it work?
The disk formats between the CoCo, I mean, the Dragon and the CoCo are very close on BASIC, etc. And the hardware setup and stuff. The one thing that's quite vastly different is the disk ROMs are totally different. The Dragon's sector based, and we're granule based, and they can handle 40-track discs and other things. We couldn't do any of that with the built-in.
There's
ROM,
probably tools though. There.
Well, the MAME utility.
Okay.
That has VDK.
Okay.
Yeah, image tool.
Evidently, it's not Dragon version.
Well, Karen's also saying there are restrictions on VDK files on the SDC itself, though. They have to have a particular head size, and you can't remember the details. So there might be some limitations on how VDK is.
That is a good idea, though. If somebody could write a utility for it to allow you to easily transfer files back and forth between Dragon and CoCo format discs, I wouldn't mind that, because there's a few things I would like to throw there or pull off there and put on CoCo myself.
This is one thing that would be cool to look on a color computer with, right there.
Yeah. Karen also answered the question earlier about the rhyming word. Was it brawl or something? He says that means good or well. When he says, as you can see, I've done brawl. It means, Duncan Smita done. So as you can see, I've done good, right? So, all right, you can see I've done well.
Okay.
No, that is neat. So it's a digital magazine run on the computer itself. I have not seen anything like that before. That is pretty cool.
Yep.
We used to have one on the CoCo. I'm trying to remember. Was Rick's Computer Enterprise used to make it? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Wasn't it like mid Iowa and CoCo country or something like that?
Yeah, was that Terry Simons or somebody? Rick's did it too. There was a few I remember that they used to include, like, they had the equivalent of the Rainbow Gallery. You could load in like artwork and take a look, but they also had programs and articles and.
One other thing.
It was like CFDM or something, I think it was called.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
One other thing this does is when it first comes up, it asks you if you want to print it to screen or to the printer.
Oh, so it could be a physical magazine too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like how they're doing the fonts and the centering and the arrangement and stuff. It looks really good. This is a really well arranged product.
There's some upper and lower case there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, this is all graphically drawn. So
that's neat. Good find there, Mr. Delvo.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I have for the news.
And that's all we have for news. And that, as we say, is that. No, that's cool. So
well, let me share screen for a quick second.
Share screen, Ron Delvo.
Okay. Let's see.
Sharing is caring. All right.
Are you see Ron's garage here?
Yes, I do. Ron's garage.
All right. Now, check this out. This is Eratosthenes, the crater.
Oh.
Okay, there we go.
I took that with my telescope, and that's the name of that crater. It's right near Copernicus.
Ah.
If you're ever looking at the moon, okay?
With the triangle in the middle.
And then I took defense and let it run without touching anything, and it had all these different scores all by itself. I just put names in there. Do you ever do that sometimes? Just let the game play?
No, I've never seen a game that would actually update its own high scores.
Well, it doesn't. I have to put a name in each time, and then
I've never seen an attract mode actually keep a record of the score that it did in the attract mode itself. So yeah,
this does it. Yeah,
no, that's neat.
So 1800 is amazing, for just randomly all those lines coming down and blowing up cities. Pretty interesting. I thought it was cool, and it was a game related, and I don't do games, so I thought that was neat.
You've done a few lately, so I don't know if that's true anymore.
Yeah, that's true. This book I found in my collection somewhere, and I thought, oh, geez, what's cooking? Look at this.
6809.
And then while I was looking for that, I found I still had one of these. The floppy doesn't work though. It needs a rubber band.
It's funny that actually still has almost a cocoa green background when you think about it. Yeah, black text on a green background.
And this was on St. Patrick's Day. I was going to show it.
Oh yeah,
that actually looks like a VDG screen, dark blue with green. That would work.
Yep. And the box, to have the box was interesting. It doesn't have any styrofoam in it anymore, but I also have an HD that has a hard drive, but it doesn't work.
Now, did Tandy make that, or that wasn't like what they did with the key receiver?
That was like a Panasonic. I think.
Was it like a Panasonic one?
Yeah.
So I know with the Model 100, they kind of OEM'd that.
Also have one of these little things. When these came out, it was so cool to have computing power in the palm of your hand, 64K.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, the batteries are dead in this thing right now.
Now we have phones with 64 gig.
Yeah.
Right.
There's this reference handbook, which I think is really cool. If you ever get one of these, and our friend William Barden wrote it. Probably one of the books that you can
reference handbook.
Not find anymore.
Yeah, right.
Then I found I had a data connection cable for the Model 100. Never opened.
You got quite the treasure trove. Cool.
Yeah, and then there's an old mouse, Radio Shack mouse.
Combi mouse, huh?
Yeah, it would do PS2 or serial.
Okay.
Yeah, 9-pin. Yeah.
Kind of like how we do PS2 to USB.
And then this thing's cool. It's a birthday thing. You put your birth date in, and current date, and then you get a list of how many days, hours, minutes, and seconds old you are. And
I don't want to know that; it'd be too depressing.
And then
I did this on a Color Basic machine, and evidently the line after in 150 is an extended Basic, so it pooped out on it.
It tried to do like a play command or something. Maybe
play and if you look over here, someone says, "Show us line 150."
Yeah,
Alan Huffman, he's all into it. He's like, "I want to see it. I want to see it."
Yeah, what broke the computer?
Yeah. We'll fix that for you, Ron. Just let us know what it's saying right now.
Isn't that cool? I never, in the back of my mind, I think I thought, well, somebody's going to see that and wonder. But I thought, I'm not going to put it up. It's just, was a basic.
Well, if you did it on the same computer, you wouldn't see the token anyways, because it would be like an exclamation point.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Color Basic.
Yeah. So, no, that's.
But it does play, some cards.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It plays ROM stuff. Then I had this Atari CD that I pulled out, and it has
vintage games on an old vintage
games.
laptop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
pretty
an
cool.
oldie but goodie Dell laptop right there.
Yeah, and you can pick whatever game you wanted, and it has previews of up and coming games that you can't play on your old machine.
You know, you
Anyway.
just reminded me of showing you that syntax error in 150 because this I think came up on Facebook too. It was the AGD things when there's a program that loads it and they were getting an error in the thing because the line just said RGB. And even though you could list it and see it, they were still getting the syntax error. And when we showed that on the show, I bet you that was a tokenization problem. And somebody said, yeah, if you just retyped that and saved it, it ran. But the other thing, too, is that RGB command is only going to work if you have a CoCo 3. And I don't know if there's any conditional logic that checks for that. So if you tried running that same program on a CoCo 1 or 2, you would still get the syntax error like Ron just did.
Yeah.
Because RGB is only a command recognized on the CoCo 3, and it's only needed on a CoCo 3. So
it does check whether you're using a CoCo 3.
Okay,
though.
it does. All
so
right, so
it
that way
skips that line if you're not using a CoCo 3.
That way it turns off. So that's basically just turning off artifacting, so you get the pure monochromatic experience.
And setting the right color set.
But yeah, go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
This is a Canadian color computer
Eh?
that evidently restarted their numbering because it's 452, which is pretty low.
Well, they use the metric system for their stuff. So
yeah, here's where it says it's from Canada, over here.
The French kind of gave it away to us.
Les Coco do.
Yeah. So that's it, guys. For
Thank
today.
you, Ron.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Before we get into updates and acquisitions, there was a request from OG Hugo to talk about CoCo Fest. So I'll see if I can't pull those things up real quick. So GlensideCCC.com would be one.
Yeah, Frank at Canadian Retro Things is wondering about that too. So I told him to contact.
And then the second one would be TandyList.com.
Contact Grant because he's thinking about being an exhibitor there, possibly.
All right, so to get
I think you mean
question,
Frank at Retro Rewind.
Yeah.
I'm Ken at Canadian Retro Things.
You know, all you damn retro foreigners, get you guys confused. So to answer your question, OG Hugo, what do you, in order to know about CoCo Fest, it's GlensideCCC.com, which, by the way, has been baked into our live chat feed, too, where it says CoCo Fest is May 14th and 15th. You can go to GlensideCCC.com. This is the website from the Glenside thing. If you click on the CoCo Fest tab in the far right-hand corner and we look at our 2022 information, we will see where it's going to be at, the Holiday Inn Elk Grove Village in Illinois. There's the address. The cost to attend is free.
Are you thinking you're sharing your screen, or?
I am sharing my screen, but I guess the people on the live feed can see it, so I guess I'm not sharing it to you guys. So let me do that again. Let me share my screen. Sorry, guys. The guys on Zoom were not seeing that.
I just want to make sure they were seeing it.
So they were seeing it because I superimposed the my Zoom monitor. So it shows you where it's at, tells you the price, the days, the times. You can also order a meal, which we'll have on premise. I think it's $20 for the meal. You can attend CoCo Fest for free if you want to be an exhibitor or just have a table for yourself or to show off a project. I think the cost of the tables is a little bit of money. But you can see a lot of that at GlensideCCC.com. Another thing you can do is you can register for a table on TandyList. And I think there's a link to TandyList from the Glenside site, but it's TandyList.com. And once you sign up for CoCo Fest, you will have a login to TandyList. But here we can see kind of the floor plan of the main exhibit room. And we can see here of the 62 some odd tables, only the ones in green are available. So the tables are filling in pretty quickly. But it's a very large exhibit room. Last year was the first year that we have this venue. So it's a very big room. Lots of tables and lots of rows, lots of room to walk around and do stuff. We can see who do have tables right now. Jim O'Keefe and CoCo Brothers, Nitrous 9, that's Oasis Space. Eric Canales, Retro Innovations, that's Jim Brain. He's over here in 8 and 9 in the corner here, back in the corner. NCS, Mark D. Overholzer Consulting, Reitveld. Jesus Eric is over here in 47 off on the side. The Music Man, table 48, which is, where is 48 on here right now? Where the hell is 40? Oh, down here. So the Music Man's in a different spot this year than he was. Does he only have one table?
I should have two, 36 and 48.
Oh, I'm not seeing that. Oh, so that's the one that's across from it. Okay, because of the way they're arranged in the columns.
Yeah,
there.
36 up third
Okay,
from the
I
right.
see that too. Yeah. All right, I got you.
Yep.
So you got those two sections there on the end. All right, you got more room there, Brian.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, you can kind of see who's got tables and who doesn't. The other thing that they were going to show off somewhere here on the CoCo Fest would be the schedule or attendees. Who are the attendees? Are we showing that off? Okay, so these are people who have registered. We can see who have already prepaid, I should say. Those are your attendees, which also linked over to Tandy List, it looks like. And then if we drop down and we look at our schedule, okay, these are the days. I don't know that they've got it broken down that much yet, but then I guess maybe if we look at vendors and speakers. If we look at speakers, we can see who's scheduled to present. I guess that's still not filled in yet, but more of that stuff will come up. Right. So a good place to start is glensideccc.com, and you can also send an email to the club. You can register online. It is encouraged that you do register online rather than having to wait to check in and everything else. You can that way if you want tables, you can get a table, and you don't have to be a person who makes things or sells things to get a table. And you might just want to be able to have a table so you have somewhere to sit, what they call the place to call home, the place to park your butt. So you might just want to get a table so you got a couple of chairs and a place to sit down and rest your goodies. Not a lot of tables left, right? So that is a good sign. Cloud9 is going to be there this year. That is good, right? So that's table 40 and 41. I'm not sure where they are. Over here. Okay, so Cloud9 is here. So that Cloud9 will sell things and repair
I thought they had
things.
4 tables.
Again, because it's not arranged in a way that matches the map, they might have 38 and 39 and 40 and 41 for all I know. Cloud9, 40 and 41. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to follow this, right? So anyway, yeah, they do 52 and 53. So they got 40, 41, 52, and 53. So they're in this quad. They're in the opposite quad from you, Brian. All right, so they're in a quad section here. Yeah, so there's lots of areas. And then there's a whole nother room where the auction takes place, and the auction is like everything you would ever want from eBay at like 10% of that price. You get really good deals on really good stuff. So there's tables all around the walls. There's rows and stuff of tables in here. Lots of stuff. It looks like we're going to have a lot of people attending. A lot of these tables are already booked up. So last year being our first post-COVID event, we still had a decent turnout. We still had like 85 people there. Had an amazing auction. And still had some good presentations. Most of the presentations were done virtually, but I would still say that last year's CoCo Fest was still a success, especially in the middle of a pandemic. It was a good one. This year is looking like, since we're hopefully post-pandemic-ish until the next variant comes out, it's looking like we're gonna have a lot of people in there and whole 9 yards. So this year's CoCo Fest is probably going to be banging, right? And it costs you nothing to attend. Obviously, if you want to stay on campus, you need to book a room there, and you can get the information on how to book the room and mention Glenside to get the special rate, all that kind of stuff.
Also, I'll mention for Canadians too, as of April 1st, they're dropping the having to take a PCR test to cross back over, so that makes things a lot easier for us too. So,
yeah. So, yep. This year should be a really good year. All right. And I'm sure they'll update that website as far as who the various speakers, what the speaker schedule is going to be. I know one of the things we talked about last year, and Grant Leedy has been the one in charge of that. They're trying not to have back-to-back presentations because it's really hard. So I think there's going to be at least a half-hour break between presentations. And I'm also trying to limit the number of presentations each day because it almost feels like you have to make the Sophie's choice. Do I sit here and listen to things
shows.
all
You can
day?
either attend the fest and see all the exhibitors, or you can watch all of the
right. So trying to find that balance, I think, is what they're trying to work on this year, to have less presentations, a little bit more time between the presentations, and let you get a little bit of everything, right? Daddy Burrito's mentioning the rooms might be going fast. Tim Flinken wants to know if you're going to bring your guitar fiddle.
That is the plan.
Okay, so yeah, there might be the live jam this year, since there were not that many musically inclined people here last year. We didn't have the live jam, but we did have Jim Brain's, what was that thing called? The Tesla Arc thing that was making all the music and sparks and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. So, What's also nice about this venue is there is a place where you can eat right there. So I mean, still it's nice to run out and go to Portello's or something like that, but there is kind of like a loungy area where you can get like pub food and get burgers and fries and wraps and sandwiches and wings. So there's it's an on-premise food place, so you don't have to leave. We also have the Saturday night dinner where if you prepay that, we all have a big buffet style nice dinner with all kinds of meats and sides and things like that. Will there be live coverage? There typically is, but the logistics on that are probably still to be determined. So hopefully we helped you answer some of your questions, OG Hugo, on the how do you find out about CoCo Fest. GlensideCCC.com. It's a good place to go for that. Anybody else want to chime in on CoCo Fest before we move on to updates and acquisitions? Coco Man will be there. That's a reason to come.
Oh, indeed it is. And, in the honor of this CoCo Fest review or a preview you have here, Stevie, I want to go ahead and have a special offer code on cocoman.biz. Use offer code Stevie, and I'll add additional 20% cost to your order.
Make up the savings in bulk. All right, so final segment of the show is updates and acquisitions. Have you worked on a project this week? Have you acquired anything this week that you want to show and tell? Do you have a story to share, et cetera, et cetera?
I have something to ask you guys. Now, you know when you go to an auto dealer or an auto store and you have maybe a code show up on your car and you want to have them hook up that device under your dash and get a code?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that a serial connection, do you think?
It is.
It's a CAN bus, yeah.
All right, so isn't that something that maybe the color computer could do? If you knew the codes and you were able to write up a program, you could probably do that, couldn't you? Except you'd have to have a portable
you need a certain diagnostic thing. Somebody actually made one of those in the Dragon community that was able to read errors off of the CoCo that was non-functioning. The problem with getting codes is you have to have some level of functionality to know what the code is. And so if you've got a dead machine that doesn't boot, it's kind of hard to read what the problem is.
So my code reader, I had to update every 2 years because it won't know the new codes.
Right.
What's the chance I was going to do that for your CoCo?
Well, you guys know Tony Pedraza, don't you?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, can I share my screen for a second?
Yes, Ron, by all means.
Okay.
This is the Ron Delvaux shares show.
Here's another way that you can test your car.
Test your airbag here.
Good old Tony.
Yeah.
He always has a good thing.
Yeah, test your airbag here. That is a good one.
So I was trying to think of an intro that would be CoCo related to be able to show that.
Right,
okay.
Right.
So I had to be a little creative.
There you go. That was your segue. That was your seemingly ambiguous segue to lead into that punchline right there. Good job, Ron. Good job. Good job. So updates and acquisitions. So we showed off your parts of your video, Brian, the Music Man, about you transcribing sheet notes into the CoCo. Anything you want to add to that, Brian?
Not really. I forgot about half the stuff that I used to know on it, so I got to review some of my old videos. Remember, it's the Sometimers has kicked in.
Yeah, right. Well,
although I do have something, when I log back in, you were showing about for the Dragon, that online
the magazine.
Magazine.
Yeah. Is that a floppy of it? Let me spotlight you. Let's make your.
Yeah, I don't have good light.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Right there. Stop right there. Okay, that says. The camera keeps losing focus. All right, but it's a floppy with a label.
It says CoCo Friends Disc Magazine. That's what that was that CFDM that they were talking about before. That was something that was
the other one.
Like it's kind of like the Dragon one.
Rick's Computer Enterprise.
I did have Rick right then.
Yeah, he did. And Glenside was distributing those at one point.
Hey, Brian, I got a question for you. Are you using OBS?
Yes.
How are you getting that scroll on the bottom and in different colors? Is that a plug-in or is that built in?
Is it no? Yeah, it's all it is just a scroll the screen, and I just simply just put the text in. And I just adjusted it to have multiple colors and use a funky font.
But that's in OBS itself.
That's in OBS, yes.
I have not been able to figure out how to do a horizontal scroll.
Yeah,
like
you
that.
just simply just type in the text. It's
So if the text is bigger than the box, it will just start to scroll?
Yeah, I set it for scrolling. Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'll have to play with that because I want to add a scroll for like
websites
for like CoCo Connect and Retro Rewind CA and stuff. I want to add like a scroll for people who have websites that people can go to where you can see stuff on the site. All right, we don't have to get into the nits and bits. If that's part of that, we can talk. We can take that offline. I just wasn't sure if you were using a different plugin for that or something else.
No.
Okay. Because, I actually had to use a plugin to get the ticker up top for our patrons. But if there's a built-in feature, then I'll pursue that. Cool.
Normally when we look at a guy's room back there, like Patrick, you can look back there and see he's got a computer, but he's got so much stuff, Brian, back there that you can't identify any one little thing.
Right.
And
it keeps going. Holy crap.
Oh my God.
Yeah, more.
I got stuff. I got lots of stuff.
That's what I look for anyway.
All right. Well, we're getting close to the tail end of the show. It's been a good show. Really enjoyed having Tim and AJ on. A lot of energy from those two. What do we got? Anybody got anything they want to share? Show and tell? Update?
Bought some new windows.
Windows for your vehicle, for your home?
No, for the house.
For the house.
That's why I had to bug out earlier.
Okay. Nice.
And reschedule stuff.
I already covered my update. I finally updated the games page for the first time.
Curtis updated the games page. Anybody else got anything? I got.
Oh, I have a question for you, Curtis. Did you update the code for CoCoTALK for OS 9?
No, not yet. I've been too busy with work to update it, so it's basically still the original version I released.
CoCoTALK.
Okay, enough said.
Yeah, it's weird to hear somebody say it right.
Okay. I will show off two things because I've had this for a while, but I just put it together today. I've had the John Strong 3D printed case for the Raspberry Pi 400 to make it look like a CoCo 3. And I put my Pi 400 in it today, and it's really cool. This is a very, rugged, rigid. It's a very rigid case. It's got really good
Let's see the back.
It's got very good support here. I've got the ports where he designed this, where you could get a whole bunch of like extension cords for your USB and your HDMI's and your networks, and you could run all those extenders to kind of flush mount out here, where you could have rear mounted USB ports and a network jack and your HDMI 1 and 2 and your power. So he set it up to where you could get extenders, but then, and there's even room in here to kind of wire manage all those and mount them here. But I just took this nice big hole here, which was the network jack, and I'm just running my 3 cables through here, which is the HDMI, the power, and the mouse. And it looks nice. And then the inlay here for the badge is the exact same size as a real CoCo badge, and there are new market badges you can buy for that. I would even like to see one that was, you said, like CoCo Pi instead of it saying like CoCo 3. I would love to see a badge that's in the Tandy style that actually just says CoCo Pi. That would be kind of cool. But it's a neat case. This was something he featured for last year's CoCo Fest, and this is a fundraiser to be working on also a full-size CoCo 2 and 3 case replacement too. So John's continuing to work on the cases. I got mine put together. It's very cool. And then somebody had asked a while ago when we first started talking about this is how close in size is this to a real CoCo 3? So I figured I would just show that in comparison to the real CoCo 3. So here's a real CoCo 3 right here, which the case is not screwed in, which is why you just heard it snap. And then here's this. And so it's about, I would say, maybe 2/3 size. It's smaller, but not terribly small. It's not like comparing an MC10 to a CoCo, right? It's fairly close to the size, and it definitely captures the look and feel of a CoCo, from a CoCo 3 to the CoCo Pi.
Except it's Snow White.
It is, yeah. This has already been pre-retro brighted, so you don't have to get out any of that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah. So that's my only real kind of minor update. But I will say, to that end, segueing into doing the Ron Delvaux segue move that I just learned today. There is an update to the Cocoa Pi now where Ron Klein has QB64 working on the Cocoa Pi now, where it was on there, but it wasn't compiling properly because it wasn't compiling to like ARM code. It was compiling to x86 code. So now QB64 is working on the Cocoa Pi, which is one of a dozen seemingly, or there are numerous development tools and cross-assembly, cross-development tools on the Cocoa Pi. So I've asked Ron if him and I can get together and maybe do a video on some of the development tools that are on the Cocoa Pi, because there's a lot of stuff on there that are being mentioned but aren't really being fully promoted in a way where somebody would actually maybe want to do it. You know, when you see it as a headline, it's one thing, but if you see a little demonstration on what you can do with it, like being able to write your code in BASIC or Assembly or C and an editor, save it, press a button, and have it pop up in a emulator for you and be able to develop really quickly for CoCo specific stuff, that's great. And then now that we have the QB64, you can write a program in BASIC that compiles into a binary that runs at the speed of a modern computer, so you can still do like retro BASIC type stuff that runs really fast. And so my adventure game engine that I'm working on runs in QB64, so that will now run on the Cocoa Pi. And things like Cosmic Aliens, I'm going to do a new version of Cosmic Aliens in Quick Basic, modern Quick Basic. The original version was written in the old Quick Basic, but it'll run on a modern computer at modern speeds. So there are retro development tools like these cross compilers, and there's the visual.net editor, and there's a bunch of different editors where you can type in stuff with syntax highlighting and use like what they call an IDE, integrated development environment, and then have that run your code on a compiler. There's a ton of those tools on the Cocoa Pi, but we haven't really done a user-friendly how-to video on what these tools are. So I've been trying to get Ron, get him in a corner, Ron Klein, to make one of those videos. So we'll try to work on one of those. And also, that's also given me the kick in the pants I need to keep working on some of my projects, like my adventure game and things like that. So hopefully I'll be doing even some of my development on my actual Cocoa Pi now too, since it's all kind of cross-platform. So those are my updates. Anyone else?
Not that you don't have much to do, but how's your Tandy 1000 coming?
So we did a little thing last week on Discord, and I had Rick Euland and Sloopy help me. I actually recorded it. I haven't posted that video. I do have kind of a disassembly video of the Tandy 1000. Long story short, we think it's the power supply, or at least the power supply is one of the problems, because we can't get power to the motherboard to test voltages and continuity in the motherboard because we can't get the power supply to stay on. So I think one of the problems is the power supply, and there might be more problems like shorts and other issues that we won't know until I get a good power supply. But we did try to troubleshoot it.
So you got somewhere.
We got somewhere. It's still not working, but we have an educated guess as to why it's not working at this point, right? So, cool. But it was kind of neat what I was able to do with that camera. So I got a camera that I was recommended to me from the guy who does that Retro Rewind show, and he got that camera because it was like a 4K Logitech camera with lots of zoom features, stuff like that. So the stuff I was able to do with that camera and get really close in on the motherboard and see things, and to be able to have like picture-in-picture and all this kind of stuff that was built into that Logitech software was really cool. So even though I'm not a hardware guy, I'd like to do some more hardware videos. And then that got us talking about doing hardware segments on the show. So I was talking to Rick and Sloopy about it, and we do have some pretty knowledgeable hardware people in here. And what I was hoping would be we could start a series like Hardware 101, like really, really basic stuff. Like start by going over the symbols of a resistor and a capacitor and, the ground.
Well, we just had a keyboard install, which was
right. So yeah. I think we can start a series on real basic hardware 101, real small nuggets, bite-sized chunks of information on how to learn some concepts on what hardware is, and then start getting into voltmeters, testing things, and then getting into applying it to a specific thing on a CoCo, like how to check for voltage off of this line or that line, and not make it too technical or too long, but make it a series of, gradual progression of knowledge to where at some point in time most people should have a better understanding on some of the hardware and electrical aspects of a vintage system, so that might be a thing that'll be coming in the near future.
We won't be able to smell hair burning.
No, I won't be on the show at all.
Yeah, right. But
Maybe.
you know, it's like I don't have the desire to design a circuit, but I wouldn't mind knowing how to desolder something and how to do some basic troubleshooting with a voltmeter. You know, I wouldn't mind knowing that much, because I think I've got the capacity to not only understand that, but maybe physically do certain simple tasks. And that would be a step up for me, who's never done anything hardware before. You know, what do we got there, Rick?
Here's a soldering 101 project.
Oh my goodness, did you make a board cube?
This LEDs, yes. The original kit has a little CPU built into it, so it makes designs, or it did when I parked it.
Paul Barton had one of those.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's quite the soldering task. So yeah. You're soldering final. There you go. And then to make it even worse, here's an adapter to plug this into to replace the CPU into. It was originally Arduino, but we'll see where that goes.
But,
anyway,
he had it going one time, and we just sat there, stared at it for a while.
Yeah, it does.
And then he said something that woke me up.
And you have to bend every one of those flipping LCDs and solder them together into a cube.
Oh my goodness!
It's quite the construct.
Yeah.
Next week, have it on.
Yeah.
If I get going again, like I say, it ran when I parked it, so we'll see.
AC's 8-bit zone says, so no waveguide theory or general relativity at first, I suppose. Yeah. Whatever he just said, no.
We're gonna need to give me X first.
Let's start off with the difference between positive and negative.
I'm thinking kind of a magazine thing where we can jump around a little bit so we don't get bogged down in, okay, now we're just doing the basics and we are going to be doing the basics for. So we'll see.
Remember to stand on the wet floor.
All right.
First step into a pool of water.
Anybody else have any other updates, acquisitions, anything to share, any reminders, anything you want to plug? Or the Amigos got anything coming up in the near future with streams or shows?
Live taping is next week, I believe, for all their monthly shows, which includes the CoCo show, which I believe they're doing Time Bandit.
Time Bandit. Ooh.
What was cool is AJ knew how to hold a soldering iron. I thought that was good.
All right.
Oh, I just booked my hotel for the CoCo Fest.
All right, good for you.
There you go.
First step.
Book your room. Yeah. Yeah, what I did like about last year was that for the first time ever, we had, 80-90% of the CoCoTALK panel was together in the same room, which typically never happens. We're all across the country, across the planet, different countries, different states. So the fact that most of us were there in person, if Canada would have been open, we could have had even more in there. But it was really neat because typically we're not in person, and maybe only some of us see some of us once a year at CoCo Fest or VCF or something. So the fact that a lot of us were there was really kind of interesting because we're typically not a live in-person show with a live in-person audience. We're like a virtual panel with a virtual audience, So that was kind of neat. That was history in the making right there. For I think all 4 people that were there to listen to us. So yeah, it was cool. But yes. Tim Franklin says, if you smell chicken cooking, you're holding the soldering iron wrong. Absolutely.
Or the K-Fry delivery just arrived. One of the two.
What's for dinner, hon?
Speaking of all these food analogies, are we ready to put a fork in this show?
Yes.
All right.
I'm hungry.
I'm going to do the outro. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, audience, for being here. Tim Franklin, AC's 8-Bit Zone, OG Hugo, Tom Eric Gunderson, Tim Franklin, Daddy Burrito, and Sixie, Karen, and 8-Bits in the Basement, and Jeremy Landry, and James Jones, and D. Bruce Moore, and L. Curtis Boyle, and so many people are all in here. It's hard to scroll back to see all the people who are in the chat. We even had Chip Monkey was in here, Mikey Furman, Mike Miller was here. So many people. The Taylor and Amy show were here. Grant Blodow, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right, and Tim Franklin. David Craker was here. Kevin Holloway, Scott Cooper, Erico stopped by. So many people to join us. Thank you for being here. We're going to cue the outro, and then we'll say our final goodbyes. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer, MC10, and Dragon Systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK at CoCoTALK.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTALK.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendapper, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever! All right, so Grant has corrected me on the pronunciation. It's pronounced Blado. So Grant Blado, like Play-Doh. Grant Blado, thank you for being here. 8 Bits in the Basement. Everyone else. Final thoughts, final goodbyes, everybody. We ready to say goodbye?
Well, about an hour ago, my wife asked me, is the show over yet?
And special thanks to Sibling Rivalries, Tim and AJ, for joining us today. We enjoyed having you, and best of luck with your continued series. And don't forget to like and subscribe to that channel there, too. Scott Cooper, I almost stayed awake the whole time, but I'm an old man. Bye. All right, say goodbye, everybody. I'm going to press the button.
Also, send some suggestions to AJ and Tim for games to try out.
Yes, send suggestions for co-op and in competitive games, two-player type stuff. Cool.
By the way, what game is it coming up?
For the Game On Challenge?
Yeah.
What was the game, Ken Waters?
Juno.
Juno.
Yeah, it's up in Discord.
Thank you.
All right.
You know already.
We're pressing the button.
Juno, the game.